August 2025 at Jabulani Council Chamber, followed by Rodiport Men's Parliament on 17 September at Rodiport Theatre at the Council Chamber, and followed by Region E Men's Parliament, Sub-District Men's Parliament at Santon Auditorium on 18 September 2025, and followed by Region A Men's Parliament at Midrand Fire Station at Auditorium on 25 September 2025. And last week, Friday, 10 October, we had launched Region G Men's Parliament at Enedale Council Chamber. And we are making history again. After so many years, the city of Johannesburg has not have the functional men's sector. And we are all here today from 7 regions of the city, gathered under the same roof for the same purpose. This initiative provides a safe space for men, including adolescent boys and young men, to discuss critical issues. It is an important program that focuses on prevention of gender-based violence and femicide, sexual gender-based violence, HIV and TB, and promotion of voluntarily medical male circumcision, and the problem one of mental health, the prostate cancer for men over 40 years. And I request all men in the city of Johannesburg to continue to join Indoda Wednesday in every ward of city of Johannesburg to change social behavior. A good society dies when good men keep quiet when bad things happening. Let's spread the word and encourage men to utilize this opportunity for Indoda Wednesday to their own well-being, and encourage the city of Johannesburg Health Department to start to initiate Indoda Wednesday also at their local clinics around the city. The vision is to build a better man for tomorrow. A mission is a call to action for men, by men to stand up and be counted as champions for change in building a men's social movement that is robust, accountable, and follow the rules of law. So, as men, we need to learn to unlearn the harmful lessons we have been taught about masculinity. We have realized that seeking help is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. Taking care of our health is not just about prolonging our life. It's about ensuring that we are there for our families, communities, and ourselves. We need to make this paradigm shift not just for today, but for the future and for the substantial well-being of the generation that will follow in our footsteps. We are planting the tree that we can't sit on the shade, but for the next generation to enjoy the shade of that tree. Our strength as men lies not in our ability to suffer in silence, but in our courage to seek help when we need it. Let's redefine what it means to be a man for our health and for the health of those we love. In the city of Johannesburg, the HIV and gender-based violence have been described as a dual epidemic that plunges even the developing countries. But the city of Johannesburg has one of the highest levels of gender-based violence and HIV infection. The Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, on 25 February 2025, launched the 1.1 million ARP program of Closing the Gap. And here in the city, we have 141,215 men and women who are not on treatment, with majority of those are men. Once more, you are welcome to this important second sitting of City of Johannesburg District Men's Parliament. Acknowledge the challenges that require all of us to put our head together and require to work together in collaboration. So, this is not just the states, it's our brothers and sisters and our neighbors. When we go back to our community, make sure that we encourage every man from every ward to start Indoda Wednesday dialogues and encourage them to visit their clinic and stand before you to make the call to action, to stand up and save life, and fully committed to align our activities with the NSP goal to make sure that by 2030, we have a zero HIV infection and a free HIV generation. And I declare the second sitting of the COJ District Men's Parliament officially open. Madoda!
Thank you so much to the chairperson of the City of Johannesburg's main sector for that powerful opening remarks. Thank you, Chair. We are now going to move on to the next item. We are going to call on Mr. Bafana Dube, the first deputy chairperson of the City of Johannesburg men's sector. Mr. Dube.
Ungayjahimpi, 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 enungayjahimpi, ungayjahimpi. Ungayjahimpi, ungayjahimpi, jahimpi, ungayjahimpi. Madoda, leli dube limthende udube kabayisa ukhushwayo umbuyazi kathekeli ongathekeli emzini emncane othekeli emzini emkhulu ongathekeli kamakhelwane othekeli emanqulumeni apologies. We thought that the presentation was on this laptop, the report. Send.
Whilst we are waiting for the deputy chair to find his report, I would want to announce that there are all services outside. There's testing, any testing, it's available. So if we want to, when we have a break, or if we slowly move out of our seats, we are able to go and be tested for whatever testing we want to do. Yeah, I'm sure Deputy Chair you are organized. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker of Council, Councillor Arnolds, and the chairperson of the men's sector, who's the co-chair, Mr. Charles Mpepu, the executive mayor, who's also the chair of the Johannesburg AIDS Council in absentia, Councillor Dada Morero, the CSF chairperson, who's also the co-chair of the AIDS Council, Mr. Tsepo Likwape, the second deputy chairperson of the AIDS Council, Mr. Gcina Sauka, CSF leaders that are here, the provincial leadership of the CSF and the AIDS Council, abaholi bendabuko, bayeti, executive directors in the city of Johannesburg, RDs, and regional health managers, the head of the secretariat, Dr. Metzing, most importantly, men and boys of the city of Johannesburg who are delegates to this parliament as important guests. We gather today not for ceremony, but a solemn and urgent session, a parliament of moral accountability. We are here to measure our progress against the staggering scale of the gender-based violence and femicide crisis, the parallel public health emergency, and the critical environmental challenges that threaten our beautiful city and nation. Madam Speaker, just also to be clear, in exactly 9 days from today, this parliament will mark 1 year since its launch in this same house, Connie Bapela Chamber. I am proud to report on the significant strides made in establishing the Men and Boys Parliament, presence across the city. Our strategy to anchor this critical work at the regional level is now largely realized, as the chair has alluded earlier. We've successfully launched, we confirmed the successful and comprehensive launch of the Men and Boys Parliament structures in Region A, C, D, E, and G. And also, crucially, all these successfully launched regions have also instituted the Indoda Wednesday campaign, which is the heart of our work as the men's sector and as the Men and Boys Parliament. Driving home the message of positive, responsible masculinity within the midweek rhythm of municipal life and communities. We acknowledge that only Region B and F remain outstanding. We call upon the leadership and stakeholders in these regions to prioritize the immediate launch of their respective structures to ensure Johannesburg speaks with unified voice on gender-based violence and femicide prevention and holistic community care. The state of gender-based violence crisis. We cannot discuss progress without confronting the brutal reality that makes this parliament necessary. The data on gender-based violence and femicides deaths in our city and surrounding areas remains a profound moral injury, while exact figures fluctuate. The overall trend points to an unacceptable level of violence. The statistics confirm that South Africa continues to experience violence at a scale likened to a war zone, with a significant number of these casualties occurring within our metro. We pause to remember the recent gender-based violence and femicide deaths that have shocked our communities, spanning women, girls, boys, and men. These tragic losses include young boys murdered in violent acts and men killed in gang or intimate partner violence. Remind us that violence is a cycle that consumes all genders. Even while women and girls remain overwhelmingly the primary victims, every life lost is a failure of our collective responsibility. The crisis of violence runs parallel to a severe public health crisis, predominantly impacting the well-being and life expectancy of men and boys in our city. Reports confirm that Johannesburg faces substantial challenges in tackling the high prevalence of HIV, TB, and sexually transmitted infections. Our municipal data indicates that men are often late in presenting for testing, leading to late diagnosis, lower treatment adherence rates, and poor health outcomes, particularly concerning HIV and TB co-infection. Toxic notions of masculinity often act as a barrier preventing men and boys from seeking essential health care, and adopting preventative measures. This Parliament must declare that responsible manhood include responsible health. We must actively engage in promoting testing, treatment, and prevention to safeguard our own lives and protect our partners and families from these preventable and manageable diseases. A strategic response. Most of us will only speak on issues of HIV, TB, STI, and gender-based violence. But we also have an elephant in the room, which is climate change and air pollution. In response to this persistent emergency, spanning violence, health, and environmental degradation, our focus for all Parliament initiatives in Johannesburg will be channeled through the Breathe Cities, which is Breathe Better campaign. The campaign now demands that men and boys take ownership of the health of their communities and that of the planet. Our strategic blueprint for men and boys is defined by the following: breaking the silence on violence, health, and pollution, rejecting toxic masculinity, engaging as active bystanders, acting responsibly in our families and environment, including health and climate decisions, treating everyone with dignity, healing the wounds of trauma. This expanded mandate means that addressing air pollution and climate change is now integral to responsible citizenship. Men, often the drivers of industry and transport, must become the champions of sustainable living and environmental stewardship. Operational challenges to systemic change. While political commitment at the highest level is clear, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker, we face systemic challenges in operationalizing our goals. I must be frank regarding the necessary inclusion of all stakeholders. This is one thing that I will overemphasize, that the Johannesburg AIDS Council has to have 3 spheres within its council. But to date, we still have civil society and government, and business still remains a challenge to be part. The continued active and visible participation of some regional directors and regional health managers remains an obstacle. Their buy-in is not optional, it is fundamental. But also thank you to those that came to the party when we're launching the sub-district of the Men's Parliament. And also the support that we get from the Secretariat, Dr. Metzing and your team, thank you very much. Health and administrative leadership are essential for integrating GBVF prevention, health system navigation, and now environmental responsibility into essential municipal services, from primary health care to community outreach. Full cooperation must be immediately forthcoming to ensure that our mandate moves from the council chamber floor to the lived reality of every resident. A call for a responsible action. In closing, let us reflect on the covenant we make today, a promise of accountability and courage, embodied in the principles of our Parliament. A short poem that I wrote: I am a man, the man who knows the code, not built of anger, heavy load. The code is simple, clear and stark, to be the light and hold the dark. I'm the silence breaker's voice. When easy judgment is the choice. I shield the weak, I build the bridge, I climb the steep, unyielding ridge. No swaggering mask, no fist to hide. My strength is measured by my pride. The pride of being just and true, the father, brother, man to you. I stand against the cultural lie, the rage that flares in every eye. For every girl, for every boy, my role is to shelter, peace, and joy. Let my example be the deed, sowing protection, planting seed of honor and of trust refined, the responsible man, a different kind. Let this parliament serve as the forge where we shape a new responsible masculinity for Johannesburg. The work demands unwavering commitment. Let us go forth and execute this mandate without delay. I thank you. Madoda.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Johannesburg's men's sector. I think if I can summarize and say, you have inspired us and said that testing should be a norm. It should be something that we subject ourselves to all the time. And we as leaders should be in the forefront of doing that, so those who follow us will also know that it is normal. We should move away from the fact that men are superheroes and they are not human. They are human, they are susceptible to all the ills of society, and we should stop by thinking men should not cry, men do not get sick, men do not get infected. And all of us should be involved. I love the one that you are saying, communities, business, and government, because we can't do it alone. We have to take, when we go and we vote, we give someone a mandate. And when we give them a mandate, we need to hold them accountable for what we have mandated them to do. So you should be holding all of us accountable. I also want to say that what I've listened from the Deputy Chair is that accountability, integrity, and ethical leadership is what we are needing. We must also understand that the climate change does have an issue towards our health. When it was COVID, we planted trees, and the trees were what we were breathing from. And if we don't have that, we cannot breathe in clean air. I want to then stop there and not mess through the speech of the Deputy Chair, but that is what I'm taking home and I'm getting from the speech. We will now go on to calling Mr. Sibosiso Sitole, who is the Men's Sector Secretary, who will give us a report. Mr. Sibosiso Dube, the podium is yours. And if we don't want to move completely to the front, in front of you, you can move to the front, but in front of you, you do have mics which you can speak from, but you can move to the front if you feel comfortable.
Sanibonani nginibingelele nonke. All protocols observed. Igama uSibusiso wakasithole. I am the COJ secretary.
Apologies, I said Dube, it's Sitole. Apologies, apologies.
Apology accepted. Mine is to actually report back, because on the first sitting, we had made promises and we said we are going out and this is what we want to do for our great city. But also, the one thing that I always like to bring to your attention is what we find outside. I think the last time, the question I brought to the House was, we keep talking about a man, but what is this man? And we had, there's a man that pulled me aside and told me, Uguti, a man is a bunch, is a briefcase full of things. You can't really specifically say he's this one. But manje, I got another mandate to ask Uguti exactly what is it that we do as men that shapes the lives of adolescent boys and young men in the city of Johannesburg. And when you think about it, it's something, Uguti, we all know how easy it is to endlini umbiza uthahlale phansi umnikeze imithetho yasendlini. But research has taught us that adolescent boys and young men do not learn from coaching. They do not learn. Yes, they hear you. They understand what you are saying. They also don't learn from instructions. When you give them instructions, they do not. They hear you, but they always do the opposite. And the reason why that is the case, it is simply because men and boys learn from observation. So every day as men, whether you are a father, an uncle, a grandfather, whatever you do, every day in your house, in your street, in your community, there's a young boy looking at you and doing exactly what you are doing. So thank you for gracing us with your presence. You are writing better scripts. You are changing the narrative, and we are so proud to kickstart this feedback and say, Matota! Matota! Sipumile, so in short, this is exactly what we do. Briefly, the report is comprehensive. It's an overview of what we do, our activities undertaken by the men's sector, the parliament within the city of Johannesburg. So we are highlighting key achievements of what we've already done when we said we are going out to the communities to engage them on health awareness, on youth development. We also address challenges that are encountered and coming up with strategic solutions and preparations for expanding our reach, which we have already said, first sitting that we want to go to ward-based and sub-district parliaments, which we've already done. Successful of those ones, 5 have been launched, and there's 2 more that we are still tackling. We are still going to tackle as we move forward. But also as the men's sector, we continue the vital work under our banner, Better Men for Tomorrow, which is actually exactly what I was saying, that we want to see better men. Even if we don't see them today, even if we plant the tree today and wait for the fruits later, we need to make inroads everywhere we go. The little that we do makes a great impact. So this is exactly what we want to do and advocate for men to be agents of positive change. Remember, in my first opening, I spoke about how men and boys observe. In the communities where we come from, the role models that we see, the men that are outstanding, the men that are being talked about are not men that are good and protecting their households and providing. It's men who are doing the opposite of what we need to showcase. We need to see men that will take a stand and say, we have a problem, let's fix it. And this is the man that I'm looking at today. So as the men's sector, we are pushing and fostering community safety and promoting public health and advancing our sector economic progress. And we are also focusing also on the adolescent boys and young men, because we cannot do these programs for men only and leave the young boys alone. Because emakaya, they are looking at their fathers, they are looking at their uncles, they are looking at this behavior, which is whatever that they model at their homes. So every day as men, we must remember that we are writing a statement, we are adding pages to the books of the young boys in our communities. So we have a program that addresses adolescent boys and young men, because we want them to also be agents of change. We have tailored a whole program that we've implemented in the city of Johannesburg, which is aimed at empowering the adolescent boys with essential life skills to promote positive masculinity. And we also talk about addressing risk factors such as early sexual debut, substance misuse, and encourage school retention and economic opportunities. So with this program, we also sit with these young men, and we also find out where they are and where they are going, and we support them as the men's sector. Because also we believe that we need to have them on the forefront as well. We can't have a program that does not have them involved. So we also take them along as we do the program. We also push the one thing that is very essential for men and health issues. We are also saying with this program, it doesn't really help to say, Oguti indoda ikali, it doesn't help to say going for checkup is a sign of weakness. It really doesn't have. So we have come up with this program to actually say, we are bringing the health services to you, because men don't want to sit and wait in clinics. If you go to a public clinic, you'll find 30 women sitting there and 10 children running up and down. And men always say, but this environment does not favor men. So with such sittings, we are bringing the services to you so that you can uptake them. So with this program, we are also saying, Guti men, there's campaigns that are actually there to educate you around things that you need to go for checkup for. There's an old man who once asked me, Guti, ngiyanibona nibeka amatende niyenzani nikhuluma nge-HIV, but yini le HIV? You know, so that people need that information before they can access the services. If you talk about prostate cancer, for instance, you can encourage people to go and test, but you also need to let them know what it is. So this is one of the things that we do as the men's sector. We also foster our community dialogues with the objectives to create a safe space for men where they can go and discuss issues that are affecting their communities and address them and come up with their own solutions in their own respective areas. We have the community dialogues, and we also have this one, which is the popular one that communities are now starting to warm up into it and accepting it, where we are talking the Ndota Wednesdays. Ndota Wednesdays are basically established as consistent platforms for engagement and community activations. So this one speaks to all the areas, all the corners of the city of Johannesburg, wherever men are gathered, not a spot in, but when they are gathered in places where they want to have constructive discussions. This is the platform for them, where we are saying the churches, the schools can open on Wednesdays, the community centers can allow men to come through and have these discussions. In these discussions, you are actually given a platform to bring all the stakeholders in your community, have everybody there, the SAPS, have social workers, have government, have everyone, so that you address the issues that you are experiencing in your community. This is the Ndoda Wednesday program that the men's sector is also rolling out. But as we are rolling out this program, we are also experiencing challenges around limited resources. I know sometimes we get the invites to areas where we really can't go because of constraints in terms of transport and how we're getting there. So it's not that we don't really like your events or we don't want to support you, but sometimes it becomes the issue of resources that are constrained. And also we are sustaining the engagement in terms of meaning consistent, active and participation from men beyond the initial engagement. It requires a continuous innovation and program design and communication strategies, which is something that we also need to do as men, as a collective in the city of Johannesburg. We also want to shift perceptions. We want a report that will say men in the city of Johannesburg are actually working to change the narrative. This is the picture we want to see for the city of Johannesburg. We also, at the last sitting, we spoke about the challenges at Region B in terms of having existing men's organizations. And we have made strides. We have been talking to organizations, but the issue is it's mainly organizations that are run by women with just one, by the way, program that speaks to men in the Region B area. So the Region B is one of the areas that is behind in terms of launching their own parliament, but it will be done before the end of the year. And we're also looking at engaging our stakeholders in the same area for the same design, Ndoda Wednesdays as well. Gune appetite, we just need to push it and make changes. In conclusion, we have recommended, as the city of Johannesburg has made a significant strides in the critical social and health issues through community dialogues, the Cheka Impilo campaign, and also targeting programs for adolescent boys and young men. The success of Ndoda Wednesday in Region E and C serves as a commendable model for a wider implementation of the Ndoda Wednesdays in the whole city of Johannesburg. The challenges in Region B have been addressed, and we are moving forward with them, so they will also be included in the next sitting. Recommendations that we want to see as the men's sector is a capacity building should be invested in the continuous and also the continuous training and development for all parliament volunteers and coordinators, and particularly the grassroots levels. We have launched the parliaments, the local parliaments. Now the work must begin. So we also need to build that capacity. We need to standardize the Ndoda Wednesdays in the whole city of Johannesburg. We also need to strengthen partnerships in the city of Johannesburg with all the three spheres, the business, parliament, and government, and also us as the civil society, to make a positive impact in the community. And we also need to prioritize Region B and also do monitoring and evaluation of all the programs that we do. We need to also extend our sincere gratitude to all stakeholders, volunteers, and community members who have contributed to the work of the Men's Parliament, Sianbonga. Together, we are building a city where men are actively engaged as positive agents of change and contributing to safer, healthier, and more equitable communities. Let us stand together. Let us make our presence felt. Let us write a different script every day and change somebody's life. Matota! Matota! Sabo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sibusiso Sitole. Apologies once again for the wrong surname. And let us appreciate the presentation that was done by the secretary. And I think in all honesty, that capacitation is something that we need to really do. Because if people are not capacitated, they are unable to do the work and to fulfill their mandate. I also, just from your presentation, got a bit worried, because I think we really need to allow this to flow down to the wards. I was just saying to the chairperson next to me, I come from an area called El Dorado Park, and I've asked the men in my area, do they know about it? And it was something foreign to them. And I think we need to expand it. I agree with you that things need to start in the home. Our children mimic what we do. A child that is born in a home where dad is abusive believes it's normal, and he abuses his wife. And a woman that grows up in a home where her mother is being abused believes it's normal. So if my husband beats me, it's all fine. A boy that grows up and dad has hidden away from them that he has prostate cancer would not even know what it is, because it was never discussed. And when he comes across it, it is a shame. If we think of it, when we grew up, cancer was something that was only in rich people. We never knew about cancer. We thought it was only those people that eat the oily food and the curries. And we come to realization today that it happens to all of us. And I don't want to take up all your time, but let me say to you, this program is very close and dear to my heart. Whether I'm the speaker or whether I'm not the speaker. You are all men here today, and I'm going to say to you, to the few women that are here, and I disclosed it last night in the briefing, I'm a survivor of GBV. And I can go further. I'm a survivor of being raped 3 times. But that did not stop me from following my dreams. That did not stop me from standing up. That did not stop me from helping other women. I want to partner with you and all of you. I have a program called My Life Matters, so I spoke out. And today we have women that comes and talk and are able to say to people, I'm a survivor, not a victim, a survivor. And being a survivor says, I can face the world. So with that said, let's carry on with our program. Let's go to Mr. Neo Tipa, who is the Deputy Secretary of the Johannesburg Men's Sector. Okay, Mr. Tipa has been covered. Hey, I love that. Okay, now we're going to go to Mr. Matume Kahanaka. Am I saying it right? I don't want to not being saying it right. He is Dr. Matume Kahanaka, okay? Who's a clinical advisor at the Johannesburg Health District. I'm very careful when it comes to names and surnames and titles.
Or you can plug it if it works, let's see.
Siyaya.
Okay. Speaker. Matota. Matota. Now, Speaker, you know, to the point that you've just mentioned, and thank you for sharing your story with us, because, you know, I think to the men that are gathered here today, you know, some of the issues that we discuss, we tend to get to a level where we become a little bit academic. By that I mean we talk about stats, we talk about, you know, incidents, rates of, and we sometimes forget to put a face and a name to these issues. They become very academic. And for us to be sitting with the speaker of the session, putting a face to why we're gathered today, I think it sums it. It really sums up, as the men of Joburg, the work that is ahead of us. And thank you for that, Speaker. Now, when we talk about Dr. Wednesday, Speaker, I'd also want us to go back to the men of El Dorado Park, but to all the men of all the, how many wards are in the city?
135.
And to the councillors, all the councillors of this house, to tell them that men have stood up, men are standing up, and men are responding to the issues that affect this city. And so on Wednesdays, we will be meeting, however we're self-organized, physically, in person, electronically, on our WhatsApps, in our churches, in our traditional spaces, where we engage on responding now to the issues that affect our street level issues, not the high level council chamber matters, but the real men's parliament, which is about what is affecting our street. And this is not about us being firefighters and waiting for a crisis before we stand up, but it's really about, at the heart of Dr. Wednesday, it's us first and foremost caring for our well-being and looking out for, you know, our neighborhoods where we live, and making sure that our neighborhoods are ones that are tended. I think the president was on this podium, if I'm not mistaken, at some point, who was speaking about us building a clean city. So we are going to make sure that our streets, our households are well tended and clean and maintained, but also our areas are ones that are safe by reflecting, being full of life, and of course, securing that they are clean and vibrant places to live. Now, Speaker, when we talk about, and I'm going to eat into the minutes of the Deputy Secretary who said they were covered. So if I go slightly over time, please add for those. Now, we tend to speak a lot about a lot of crises in the health space, in the city of 6.6 million, but in the country, we've got the highest number of people living with HIV. We know about our stats around the triple challenge of being the most unequal society, poverty, unemployment. Yesterday, there was a tragedy of the bus accident where 42 souls were lost. And, we have amongst the highest roads accidents. When you look at substance abuse, particularly alcohol, we are right up there. And you can go on and on about the data that indicates that we are not, a particularly healthy society. But ultimately, if we look at all these issues, the polycrisis, we run the danger of, when I mentioned the word firefighter, of all of us looking at them in silos and chasing them. And the reason why I'm here and not sitting at a clinic prescribing medication is because it was very easy. It's actually very easy to reduce all these issues to one issue, which is our crisis of masculinity. South Africa has a crisis of masculinity. I work in the HIV TB space, and I can tell you, we can bring all the biomedical technology until we respond to the issues of wounded masculinity in South Africa. We will not win our battles of health, but also socioeconomic and community safety. So we really need to make sure that we go to the heart of the matter. Now, of course, we are a dynamic district in that we are the largest, arguably, I think, at around 6.6 plus million residents district in the country. So what happens in the city of Joburg has an implication on the rest of the country. And I was telling the guys in our local men's parliament that it's not just a numerical game. The city of Joburg is arguably also the most influential district in the country. What happens here goes. If Batu is in fashion here, Batu is in fashion in Limpopo. If All-Star goes out of fashion here, All-Star goes out of fashion in the Western Cape. If Gucci and Louis Vuitton are big and selling here, you'll start seeing them in Tuba. So if Heineken is the new drink, people siki start drinking it. So what happens here has a major influence for the rest of the country. So not only are we making history for the city of Joburg through these platforms, but I can tell you in a few years to come, the men standing up in the country are going to be feeding from the well of the historical influence of the city of Johannesburg. So it's important that we appreciate, but we're also dynamic socioeconomically in terms of the diversity. And so the challenges that express themselves here will be such. And so just to highlight from the program, the HAST program, the HIV/AIDS, STI and TB program, we are performing below our target in terms of the total number of people remaining on antiretroviral therapy, the ARVs. And Charles, the chairperson earlier, spoke about the 1.1 campaign that was launched by the Minister of Health, who, in his launch on the 25th of February, made all of us men in the room stand. And we made a commitment. And the reason for us standing is that historically, we've performed around 10% less of our performance if you compare us with women. We have this, what we call the 95-95-95 cascade, where 95% of us must know our status. We do know our status now. But the challenge is that getting onto treatment is such that those numbers begin to become very interesting, because you find that us men are always grossly underperforming. But it's not just in terms of underperforming from our own health. Of course, through social and psychosocial behavior, the ones who, of us who are not on treatment are also driving the new infections. We have about 30 new infections that happen just in the city of Joburg alone, around 100 in the province of Gauteng and over 400 in the country. Every single day, people are getting infected. The reason why I'm emphasizing this issue is that TB is the leading cause of death in the country, also in the city, but it's mostly driven by low immune status due to HIV infection. So we're talking about the leading cause of death as well. But of course, this is also a proxy, not only to communicable, but also non-communicable diseases in terms of our health-seeking behavior as a district. And you can see our performance when we compare ourselves to other districts, even getting men to return to care, despite us knowing our status at 96, 97%, as I mentioned. Those of us who've tested and know our status, we do not engage in healthcare. So, when we talk about Ndota Wednesday, we're also looking at our facilities. Let us create a concentrated day where we focus on men, because part of the reason why men say it's a debatable issue that they're not going to facilities. They say they're maternal and child women-friendly services. So when men go in those spaces, they feel emasculated. Very complicated discussion, but it's a reality that we have to confront. So when you talk about Ndota Wednesday, it's about creating those spaces where a man with an STI, sitting with children and women on this side, feels, hey, you know what, I'll rather continue with my burning urine than sit in this environment, because they're clearly gossiping about me to say, this one, they've already diagnosed me, because there's no way this man will be here. So when it's just men sitting there, it becomes easier for us to have those informal discussions and even encourage each other. So this stat speaks to that, where we, despite us being called, we are refusing to come back. We are at 37% in terms of returning clients to care. You compare Libosi Dibeng, at 76 and at 72, and Boy Restaurant at 70%. So at the city, we must also look into those dynamics. Of course, we also have high migration. I spoke about the great influence of the city, and you can see half of the people living with HIV are only found in 10 districts. We are the leading in terms of number of people living with HIV in the country. And I did speak about our gap in terms of the 95-95 cascade, including the treatment gap. So that ultimately has the impact on new infections. And as you can see with this slide, that there's real impact to this. Young females between 15 and 24, their leading cause of death is HIV and AIDS. So we are literally, to put it bluntly, we are killing our daughters. Our masculinity, our wounded masculinity, is resulting with us being active killers of our daughters. And I'm raising that because we all know now that if you go on to treatment and you are virally suppressed, you don't transmit the infection. That's the reality. So all the men that are here and taking their ARVs, irrespective of your lifestyle, you are protecting yourself, but also the sexual partner or partners in the case of some of us. So the failure to do that becomes that sensitive, that we are seeing 24-year-olds dying from a communicable infection. And you can see the difference there with males 15 to 24. It's more mechanical force, being hit by cars, falling from height, injury. We are a high-risk group. But when we now turn 25 to 64 years, in both age groups, it becomes HIV, TB, and lower respiratory tract infections that are leading to the highest cause of our death. And when we are older, to the above 65, the heart conditions start to kick in, and we die from those related conditions. So having said that, I must emphasize that, as you know, I've always said, the system is working perfectly fine. Speaker, what Bra Ike in the HAS program and Dr. Metzing are calling the HIV epidemic in city of Joburg. From where I come from, in Region E, in LX, you call it an HIV epidemic, I call it Rojabala, because that's what I aspired to become when I was young. All the guys that I looked up to, nearly Dijabala. So all of us as boys, that was one of the key indicators of saying I've arrived was how many girlfriends do I have? So input, process, output. So what you're calling violence, now we call it being brave, valor, being brave in the face of danger. It's not acceptable for where I come from for you to back off. Tsepo, like I've said, you look at me, ke a zwabula. Unshapa ka tlapa, go shapa ka face. Unsa tipa, ke ntsha stone. And then we bomb this place. Hand grenade. That's how it is. You're calling it violence as the community safety. We are calling it being a man. So the system is not broken. We are producing what we are creating. So when you talk about Intota Wednesday, we're not going to be sitting on the other hand of outputs and becoming superheroes. You know, those of you who know Batman, he's never activated by peace, that guy. I don't like him. He's my favorite action hero anyway. But he always comes out when there's a crisis. You're not a Superman, you know, only when there's a crisis. So we don't want Intota Wednesday to turn into a Batman scenario where we're only activated by a scream or a crisis. We're meeting to deal with the inputs that, you know, speak to, so we become systems thinkers. And when you talk about systems thinking, you're looking at the set of parts and elements that are coherently organized in a structure or a pattern, and it creates those characteristics which we then say it's our function and purpose. And if you look at any problem, it falls under this definition. Whether it's a family as well or any system, the city in itself, a forest, anything fits into this environment. So when you want to change the function and purpose, we have to work backwards. We have to look, what are these sets and elements? And what are the interconnections? And what is this coherence in terms of organizing? Because currently, we are organizing and coherent to produce HIV and AIDS in high numbers, to produce violence, to produce substance use. So we need to work backwards to say, if we want these indicators, Secretary, that you spoke about, of being better men for tomorrow, how do we then redefine those sets and elements and our interconnectedness so that we look also at the structures in society to produce a new set of characteristics and set of behaviors, which will then give us that new process. And it's not an easy process, colleagues, because like me, I work in the space of parameters. We look at numbers. So we study a system in health, and then our response is to the numbers of. That's the easiest lever to pull, but it pays a lot. That's what's nice about it. I spoke about Batman. Nobody knows the mother who's raising that child who does not cause chaos. Nobody knows that mother. We all know Batman. So you become a celebrity when you deal with crisis as well. So but it leads very limited results in terms of changing a system. So we must move backwards. Also, there are those who study the feedback loops, like the managers, M&E officers, who will just look at that data. But we need to look at the structure of our systems. And so when we talk about Intota Wednesday, the structure of the street I live in, is it clean? Is there illegal dumping? Is there an illegal trading in the street? And it's not a poverty issue. Where I grew up, as well, Komasheshan, East 11, we grew up, people they would sweep, literally sweeping sand, you know. It's to make it beautiful. So it's not a poverty issue, the issue of mending and making sure that our broken gate is fixed. Our paints on the wall that are falling apart, they are painted. Some of us spend more alcohol in a weekend than to buy that 800 rands, 220 liter of paint and just repaint our wall. So we must look at how do we beautify the structures. I said I grew up in LX as well. We won't end HIV, that speaker. We will not end GBV. It's not possible because you can't coexist with rats and respond to GBV. Charles, it's not possible. Because even, and I've said this in our previous engagements, when a rapist decides who they are going to rape, they also are informed by the environment. They look into the environment in which is there. That's why it's very difficult, despite growing up in Region B, Region E. If you look at the stats, the Santin and Alex, the violence, the rape, they look very different. You ask yourself, how does a rapist make that decision to say, I'm going to target? But they can see to say, if these guys in Santon, if they take care of, they kill weeds, ne? They remove weeds. What more if I touch their daughter? And Alex, if we live comfortably with rats, they won't notice. They'll notice maybe after 3 weeks to say, no, my girl, you've changed your behavior, what's wrong? The detection elements are not. And also speaking of HIV is not a politician, it's a bacteria. It has no consciousness. But if you look at, we break it down, Euro-Asians, like Chinese, Indians, is sitting at around 0.6%, 0.6 in the country. Same constitution, same oxygen. You look at the colored population, it has increased a little bit in the white population to around 1.1. You look at the colored population, it's around 6%. And then you come to us, what dark? It shoots up to 13.6%. A bacteria with no brain, how does it know who's who? So the issue of structure speaks to that. And of course, the most difficult area to change, which is mental models, is around mindsets, the thinking, the inputs that I spoke about. What do we define as a man? And changing those mindsets, that's most difficult. And it's not, as I said earlier, parameters are the easiest, they create heroes. This area of changing mindsets, one doesn't want to sugarcoat it, is the most difficult, but it also creates enemies. People who change mindsets, a lot of them, their lives didn't end well. Those of you who are Christian, you'll know the life of Jesus did not end well. Those of you who are political, Steve Biko's life did not end well. If you change mindsets, you must also be prepared for a beating, because you are shifting paradigm. You are challenging existing norms. So it's a tough journey that we are on. It's not an easy route. Lebohang will tell you, he's always sweating, telling you, hey, organizing men, it's a nightmare. You know that, Charles. And some of you, if you lose your last airtimes here, you get insulted. Babang, I'm sure, and all manner of accusations in terms of you are feminizing, So it's a serious battle, because we're also changing norms that are benefiting some of us. So it's a journey that is quite involved. And the father of modern medicine, Hippocrates, the doctor, qualified, we saw it to him. Even he noticed, as a father of modern medicine, in short, he was saying it's more important to know the person than to know the disease. It's fine to study the disease and whatnot. I just gave an example of HIV. But HIV does not know who stays in region B and who stays in region E. But the stats will show you that it actually does, because the person is more important. So as we engage, let's not just engage with the let's not just engage with the parameters as an emphasis. Let's engage with the people. And also, men, we are not homogeneous. We are different across age groups. It was emphasized in a number of our local men's parliaments with the traditional leaders. You're breaking it nicely. So we must break down. We are not just one group. And so we must make sure that our programs, Secretary, are tailored to the different age groups, because we're experiencing different challenges across board. And to your question, SG, when you asked what is a man, that question must be on the standing agenda item, because all the problems that we're facing in the city, they're based on that question. And answering it, because when you look at the pendulum of identity, one of the crises that we have, it's hypermasculinity. So all these men and us who are committing all these acts, we are doing it because we are fulfilling that definition, as I mentioned earlier, to say that, Braik, what you are calling an HIV epidemic, now I'm calling it Ujabal. And I'm very happy because this Friday is coming and I'm getting paid. I must call my friends. We must organize talk, because that's how we live. So and the definition of being a man in Alex, where I come from, it's there. Because I must show virility. I must show that I've got energy and kehanaka age. And one of the ways that I do that is to reflect my youth through engaging with young girls and adolescent people. So we need to engage on this issue of definitions of masculinities. What you're calling violence and aggression, like we said, where we come from, it's called valor, being brave in the face of danger. Busy, all sorts of commissions, being excited about those things. Where I come from, because if you let things just go, you know, so these definitions that we grow up with, they then grow and produce the kind of societies that we live in. So we need to look at how do we create positive masculinity and have those normal form of masculinity. But it's equally importantly, how do we access our femininity? Because this hypermasculinity, you know, Rev Counter na dula go 7. I ready to change down. You know, that's why Tsepo Nakubutaka story if it's like a bomb from just a look. We don't back down. So even when we need to access feminine energy, to cry, to be vulnerable, we refuse because we see it as homosexual. Once you access those qualities of being gentle and tolerant and compassionate. So we must, ourselves, but also with the young boys, move away from these strict boundaries, blue and pink, so that we access our full humanity. And so we can have a gender balance. Somebody please warn me with time so that I don't go over. If there's 5 minutes left, if you can indicate.
You have 2 minutes left, Doctor.
2, thank you.
2
So just moving with a bit more speed, let's also deal with the deficiency needs because when a man is thirsty, they will drink from a crocodile-infested river. So let's make sure that, you know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we also look after each other so that we build ourselves out of deficiency needs and operate the growth needs so that we reach higher levels of self-actualization, but also looking at those aesthetics, beauty, knowledge and growth. If we're still chasing food, shelter, if we're still chasing belonging, if we're still chasing respect, it becomes very difficult to transcend. And also breaking it down, this one we'll discuss it more at the bottom, it's quite a lengthy one, where we ask ourselves, what caused this behavior? We mustn't just stick to say what is happening in the brain. We must look at the environment that stimulates that behavior. We must look at, of course, we've got testosterone as a hormone, that also is a peculiar hormone for us men, and it's not a hormone of violence. It's just a hormone of, it's like alcohol, testosterone. It makes you do what you're already socialized to do. So those of you are kind, if your testosterone shoots up, you become kinder. If you are violent, you just become more violent. We must also look at what happens weeks and months before so that those experiences, they what shape our current behavior, including how we grew up in terms of as adolescents. Our brain doesn't develop until the age of 25, where it's fully mature, and I show you that age group 14 to 15. That's where the brain is mostly influenced. And that's why, you know, young people are so dynamic, but also so radical in their behavior because the thinking is not as regulated. So that level of influence, but also as parents, we can't change some of the things in our early childhood, but we can change in terms of how we look after our children and socialize them. And of course, our culture.
You have 40 seconds left, Doctor.
Thank you. I'm gonna eat 1 more minute from the previous speaker who
We are in council, that's my job, 40 seconds.
Thank you. So yes, I think ultimately I'm just emphasizing the issue of going deeper as we meet Kadi into the ways so that we are not reactive, to build our men's parliaments. Speaker, we are coming back again here in April. In every October and April, we'll be coming here to present and making sure that the Intota Wednesdays, we activate them across all the 135 wards so that our provincial men's parliaments in November can represent the real views of the South Africans. And as I emphasize, when we meet, it's about building. So those social as well as physical orders, looking at problematic language, littering, criminal behavior, substance, drunkenness in our societies, but also the physical structures, cleaning our areas, painting our walls, beautifying our areas in terms of gardens, and really dealing with the bottom-up approach so that we change the basics, normalization. So those attitudes and beliefs are what we need to transform before they graduate to microaggressions that we act out and verbal expressions. And of course, by the time we graduate to cohesion and physical expression of taking people's autonomy is when we are ripe to become rapists and murderers. But the bottom of it would have started with the normalization. So in closing, there's a quote from one of my favorite quotes from this gentleman who says it's hard to imagine a more stupid or more dangerous way of making decisions than putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong. So we're not going to play the blame game. There's no politician, there's no health professional, there's no professional that we're going to blame. We are going to be men who take full responsibilities from environments and outcomes. And of course, once again, let's meet on those Wednesdays to make sure that we build those local areas, looking out for our neighborhoods, making sure that we maintain areas that are full of life and securing the healthy, clean, safe, and vibrant places to live. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I know that you wanted to write out a proper prescription and that you also wanted to diagnose properly, but we thank you very much. That was Dr. Matume, and he was responding to all the issues. I think we are in agreement that men should start forgetting how masculine they are and start talking and speaking out about issues. I want to, before I call the next speaker, I want to welcome the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg, Councillor Silo Dada Morero, who is also the chairperson of the AIDS Council in the city of Johannesburg. Executive Mayor, can you stand? Thank you so much. We know you are busy. This mayor gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then he goes into the inner city. If you go to Bree Street, if you go to, what's the mall at the bottom, if you go to the mall right at the bottom in the city of Johannesburg, if you go there where the Nusa used to be, you will find that it's clean. You will find that the city is clean. The mayor and his executive is working tirelessly to ensure that we have a safe and a clean city, and that we can be proud to call the city of Johannesburg the African city of Johannesburg. I thank you, the world-class African city. Thank you, Executive Mayor, for blessing us with your presence. We will now go. I believe that Mr. Bafana Dube is covered. I believe you are not covered? Chair and Mr. Bafana. Okay, I'm going to give you. The sign language lady must watch her job has been taken. Okay, Mr. Bafana, after sign language, he is coming up. So we'll have Mr. Bafana Dube. And remember, we are not going to speak like the doctor that has taken an hour. We will go quickly through it. Thank you, Mr. Dube. It's not me, it's your chair.
No, it's okay, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure what happened. Yeah. Ausi kopa tlo nthusa gape ka ntho e le no e entse pele. Madoda. Madam Speaker, just a later one. When you called Mr. Stole Dube, someone, the chairperson of the CSF in the WhatsApp group, called me Bafana Stole. And at some point in the early 2000s, Chair, it benefited me when we're developing the youth police of the city of Johannesburg. We're booked at Beachwood Hotel, so I arrived late there. The chief whip that time was Councillor Bafana Stoll. So I was given his room. So, and he did not attend for 2 days, so I put the city's money into good use. I'm not sure technology is dealing with us here.
IT, can we assist?
Did you get my? Can we use this one? Okay. Ungashaya ingoma gcina. Kuyasha, 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 kuyasha. Oyako ashianova. This one. Okay, let's put it here. Madoda. 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 I'm going to be short, brief on this one. Is the role of men and boys in making Johannesburg a safer city. The role of men and boys in making the city of Johannesburg a safer, world-class African city is fundamentally about transitioning from being part of the problem to becoming active agents.
Comrade, oh, sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Bafana Dube,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
I, for 1 minute, steal of your minute so that I can have the executive mayor address us, because he has an urgent meeting somewhere and is going to leave, so that he quickly addresses us and you can become Bafana Sitole later. Siyabonga. No, I know I said you'll become Bafana Sitole later. Executive Mayor, the podium is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, Speaker of Council, Councillor Margaret Arnolds, the leadership of the men's sector, and all other sectors. I'll try also to... Madoda. Madoda. I think I like it. I just want to share with you that whether it's a coincidence or what, yesterday I received a message from former Ambassador Dikgang Mopelo. And in the message, he sends a message that speaks to a man. And it says, if you allow me to read, every man is born into 3 families. The first is the one he's born into, his parents and his siblings and his bloodline. The second is the one he creates with his wife and children. But there's a third family, often forgotten, yet absolutely essential. The brothers he chooses to walk through life with. Sadly, most men today are missing this last family, meaningful social connections with other men, and the consequences are visible everywhere. Your parents may love you, but they are not in your fight. Your wife may love you deeply, but she cannot fully understand what it means to carry the weight of being a man every single day. Every morning, a man steps out of his house. He enters a battlefield. His family, his finances, his health, his faith, and sometimes even his sanity are under constant attack. Yet his duty remains unchanged, to provide and to protect. I'm not sure if it's a coincidence that he sent this message and now I find myself in a men's conference. And I read it throughout the night and understood that the message was pregnant with meaning and defines exactly the challenges that men face on a day-to-day basis. And I appreciate the fact that men can organize themselves into organized sectors so that we can respond to the challenges that men are faced with, which will help us to reduce the rate of suicides. It will help us to reduce the rate of rape and general abuse in our society. And by educating the boy child, we stand a better chance in creating a better generation to come that will understand that whilst we are faced with all these challenges, those challenges do not give us the right to abuse and to rape. Those challenges do not give us a right to be very violent in society. But the challenges need to be confronted so that we can build our own society and our own communities. So ngibonge kakhulu ithuba elinginike lona, bengibulisa nje ngibhizi nge-service delivery. Zama ukulungisa idolobho, nani mele nivele, ningisize nithi njengamadoda aseGoli. Kusasa siyeza nathi sohambe eDiviliers, sihambe eNorth, sihambe nawe sibone ukuthi singalungisa kanjani idolobha lethu. Ke leboge magoshi a leng teng, e tlang le lona, le bitse le batho ba lona, hore tlogelang go dumpa in the inner city. Ha re ka qala fela ka cleanliness, re tla e lokisa toropo ya rona entle. We must just fix it. Ke lebole haholo, and thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. With your permission, I'm gonna leave.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Thank you so much, and we thank you for gracing us. Amase. Thank you, Mr. Dube, for allowing us to eat into your minutes.
Thank you,
It's
Madam
fine.
Speaker.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think there's one thing that we need to overemphasize. The theme that we use for the Parliament, Betterment for Tomorrow, deepening accountability amongst men and boys to respond decisively to South Africa's socio-economic challenges. So whenever we do anything, I think that's one thing that needs to constantly come to our minds. As I proceed, the role of men and boys in making the city of Johannesburg a safer, world-class African city is fundamentally about transitioning from being part of the problem to becoming active agents of positive change. This involves a shift in mindset, challenging harmful norms, and taking responsibility for individual and collective well-being across multiple critical areas. This address to the City of Johannesburg Men and Boys Parliament outlines a call to action across gender-based violence and femicide, health, HIV, TB and STIs, substance abuse, and environmental health. Transforming the GBV crisis from perpetrators to a protector. The most critical role for men and boys is to decisively end gender-based violence and femicide by challenging the patriarchal norms that sustain it. Challenging harmful masculinity by rejecting rigid gender stereotypes that link manhood to dominance, control, and aggression. Promoting positive masculinities built on respect, empathy, and nonviolence. Active bystandership, not remaining silent. Men must intervene safely when they witness acts or hear language that promotes violence or misgony, and hold peers accountable, respectful relationships, championing consent as a fundamental principle in all relationships and modeling equitable partnerships in homes and communities. But also as men, seeking help, recognizing and addressing personal drivers of violence, such as childhood trauma or anger management issues, by utilizing available social support and mental health services. When we're in Soweto, I said that maybe the most thing that we lack as men is emotional intelligence, which is something that we need to learn as men to have, because we easily snap, and we don't understand how our emotions should be controlled and all that. We also need to champion health and wellness. HIV, TB, and STIs. Men and boys must become champions for health-seeking behavior to reduce the burden of communicable diseases. Must be proactive health engagement, encouraging and actively participating in regular health screening for HIV, TB, and STIs, breaking the stigma that associates seeking health care with weakness. Because if you can go to each and every clinic in the city of Johannesburg, you'd find that 98% of patients that are there are female. And men are nowhere to be found. Chairperson always says, amadoda, we always want to go to the hospital. Masesiphethwe ngengubo. So that must end. We also need to be responsible in our sexual behavior. Dr. Hanaha spoke about that, promoting and participating in safe sex, including consistent condom use and taking up pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is PrEP, and it's free of charge, by the way. When appropriate, adherence and support. You know, if there's one thing, I don't know how to put this, I think hate will be a very strong word. But most of us as men, the only time when we want to go and test, it's when we send our partners to go and test. And the results they bring to our homes, we believe it's our results as well. And that's not the case. And if we are to go for treatment, this is not me. I can't go to the clinic and stand on queues and all that, but it's for us. And treatment today is no longer like the previous one where you have to take 100 pills in one day. It's only 1 pill a day now. So for us to make City of Johannesburg safe, we need to adhere to this. And addressing intersections, acknowledging and addressing the strong links between substance abuse and high-risk sexual behavior that fuel the HIV epidemic among vulnerable populations. Combating drug and substance abuse, which is something that we neglect in most cases. Substance abuse is a major driver of crime, violence, and poor health outcomes. Men must lead the fight against it. We need to become role models, becoming credible role models for younger boys by demonstrating responsible choices and sobriety, showing that strength is not tied to substance abuse. Community advocacy, we need to involve ourselves, support and recovery. We need to encourage those that are using drugs and substances to go to rehabilitation centers. When they come back, we integrate them to our communities, we provide support, we make sure that they are engaged in skills development programs. And we also need to address the root cause by engaging in community dialogues. We need to fostering an air pollution-friendly environment. Environmental stewardship is a shared responsibility impacting the health of the entire city. Advocating for and adopting cleaner household energy sources to reduce local air pollution, particularly in high-density areas. We need to reduce personal carbon footprints by prioritizing public transport, walking, and cycling over individual vehicle use where feasible. We know in Johannesburg, most of the time, it's either Gadi 15, Honali traffic, or Gadi 27, or Gadi 30, Honali traffic, because everybody goes over garage. So we need to familiarize ourselves with public transport. Bus rapid system in the city of Johannesburg, which is cheaper. Becoming champions of responsible waste disposal and recycling in our communities, understanding that unmanaged waste contribute to environmental degradation and potential air pollution. We need to participate in planting trees and increase green infrastructure in Johannesburg. I'm moving as fast as I can, Madam Speaker. I can feel you behind me. Now, call to action for Men and Boys Parliament. The Men and Boys Parliament must serve as the institutional anchor for the transformation. Your collective effort must institutionalize a responsive men's movement that translate dialogue into tangible action. Develop local action plans. Create concrete, measurable action plans for each ward and region. It goes back to what the Madam Speaker said. We need to also make sure that we establish systems to regularly monitor and report on progress, holding ourselves and other men's formations accountable. Harness dialogue, utilize the platform for transformative conversation that challenge patriarchal power structures and promote new positive definition of manhood. We stand today in Johannesburg, a city built on determination, shaped by migration and defined by resilience. The true foundation of this magnificent metropolis lies not in its gold mines or its glass towers, but it is a vibrant, beating heart of its people. In our collective culture and tradition, Joburg is a city of stories. Our traditions, whether they are Venda, drumming, Zulu dance, Tsonga cuisine, or the spirit of Ubuntu that binds us all, are not relics of the past. They are the most powerful, renewable resource we possess for building a secure future. To make the city of Johannesburg truly great and critically truly safe, we must look to those who hold key responsibilities in our communities, our men and boys. Their positive engagement with culture and tradition is the vital engine for social cohesion and lasting safety. So amakhosi abalulekile empilweni zethu so that we understand our culture and traditions as well. First, our traditions, especially the powerful spirit of Ubuntu, call men and boys to active mutual responsibility. When men engage with the positive values of our heritage, values of respect, protection, and responsible leadership, they are creating safe spaces. This means leading by example, rejecting all forms of violence and silence, and using our shared culture from local sports leagues to community arts and mentorship groups to guide the next generation. It is the visible, positive participation of men and boys that replaces uncertainty with vigilance, making our streets and homes safer. Second, culture demands custodianship. That's why we have amakhosi. To the men and boys of Johannesburg, your heritage provides the framework for stepping up as the active guardians of your neighborhoods, not just protectors of property, but of people by actively participating in and defending the local markets, historical sites, and cultural events. You are visibly committing to a cared-for community. A man who respects his cultural history respects the people living within it. This collective cultural ownership is a powerful deterrent against crime and decay. I call upon all of you, and especially our men and boys, to embrace your heritage, use its strength to lead, share your traditions, make your language, your music, and your history visible, turning every corner into a cared-for community hub. Let us commit today to be custodians of our heritage. Let us not just live in Johannesburg, but let us be Johannesburg, weaving the golden thread of our culture and tradition into a future that is secure, vibrant, and undeniably ours. I thank you. Madoda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dube. I think what we take from what was said to us is that we should no longer be silent. we need to have respectful relationships, but also the fact that was said in the beginning is that our children mimic of what we do and what they see. But also, it's not easy for men to go and sit at clinics, but I think we should take another mindset of doing that. And I want to end with my observation from Mr. Dube's speech, is that decisions determines our destinations. Because what we decide by not going and taking those tests, by not going to the clinic, we are also aware that if we don't take these meds, we are affected psychologically, and it also causes strain on our families. So we must remember, decisions determines our destinations. I'll end off there. We are now going to the next item. I've been informed by the chair. So we will be having Mr. Sibosiso Sithole, not Dube, Sithole, that will be addressing us.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This time around, I think for us, we have been saying we have launched in 5 regions of the city of Johannesburg. The real question should be, are there real people in these areas, or are we just saying we have launched and we have visibility? And in actual fact, my task now is to actually present those groups to you, to actually say these are real people in the city of Johannesburg. As the speaker has mentioned before, that leadership is not confined to government. So leadership is in the streets. Leadership is exactly in our communities. So in this order, I would like to prepare the regions, as I will be calling out their names, and I will be asking them to come down. I will start with Region A and introduce them first, and then introduce the next regions as we go. But as soon as I'm done with the last person, I will make a sign so that the next region can stand. And I would also request assistance from my Deputy Secretary, Neo Matipa, to actually also come down and assist with this process as we introduce these people that are the interim committee of the city of Johannesburg. They were not elected, they are interim, they are there to actually make sure that the work starts, the groundwork starts, and we start making inroads as we move forward. So I will, Region A, I need to see you next to my curve. Brafil, Ozipiri, I need to see you guys next to me. So if you know you are Region E interim committee, please come down. And also Region D will be the next one after we introduce this one. So you call the names. Okay. Instruction is I must read the names. So the first person that I would like to introduce to you is Sizwe, who is part of the interim committee in Region A. Sizwe Abakbon. Daughter. And the next, followed by Ozipiri. Ozipiri is not here, but he's also the member of the interim committee in Region A. Philemon Padime is the lead in Diepsloot. And also followed by Utato Shag. Okay. Bongan Hlesa is also part of this committee in Region A. Thank you. Matota. Thank you for responding to the call and saying you want to see change happening in your region. So we are giving you the green light to start doing the work as the Region A Interim Committee. Sianbong. Velim Chazo, please, Askis, I made a mistake. Please step forward. Let's acknowledge Ubaba Uvelim Chazo, who's also in the interim committee. Daughter, Siabonga. Region D, step down. Siabonga, for the work that you are prepared to do in your regions. I know, Guti, these local parliaments are exactly what we need so that we speak about real issues that are happening in real areas with real people, so that we don't say we are thumb-sucking what we are talking about. So, Region D committee, the first one would be Uqina Sauka, who decided to respond to the call. Daughter. And followed by Zakele, who responded to this call as well. Zakele is also not here. Stembile is also, you also responded to the call. Please step forward so they see you exist. Daughter. Wow. And also Usilo Mulife. Step forward back. Okay. Now Kok. Siabong. Sipelele Dlamini. Daughter. And Ulisiba. Lisiba is also not here. So this is the Region D interim committee that responded to the call to say they want to see changes happening in Region D. Siabonga for taking up this call, and we look forward to the great work you will do in your regions. Thank you. Region C, Ubabunkosi and Avantubake should be next to my curve. Whilst they come, the next group will be Region E. They will follow as soon as Region C is done in that order. And we need to push and move as quick as we can. Babunkos? Oh, okay. Okay, so when we are talking about the interim committee as a Region C that responded to the call, these are the gentlemen. Abakona today, the others are actually out at work doing what we do best. Panda. So they are out there doing what they do. So Ubabunkosi, can you step forward, Backbone? Daughter. China is not here, but it's supposed to be here. Yabo. Utag. Out there. Okay. China. Ulindan Shaban, please step forward. My daughter. Utsidiso. Makobo. Okay, askis. Daughter. Okay, thank you. So, la listini sinoneo ageko Mr. Kuna ageko Nicholas ageko Nolinda ageko, but siaba recognize as the interim committee as a Region C, and then we'll move to Region E. Thank you, gentlemen. Region E. Okay. As we speak about Region E and the interim committee, these are the gentlemen. Ustembi Somake, step forward.
Namase.
Usbusiso Shongwe.
Daughter.
Ustephen Tamanga.
Daughter.
Ndoda. Patrick Ngidi.
Daughter.
Andrew Chikota. Ageko. Ujanki Matlala.
My daughter.
Ndoda. Thank you, gentlemen, for adhering to the call and for actually doing something about what's happening in your regions. Ubaba Christopher Ndlovu. Okay, Christopher Ndlovu, please step forward.
My daughter.
No. Thank you for the work that you do in the region. We look forward to it. Can Region G come to my curve? Ulerato. Oh, there he is. Okay.
This one, Pastor, he's not here, Pastor.
Okay, so I'm also told Region G, Orange Farm, for those that don't know, Region G, Orange Farm. So Region G, naye ushota ngabantu abawu two. Two are not present, bayopanda. Oh, nangu nayo khona. So shota ngobaba umfundisi.
And then we said we are going to include one Yamakos to be part of the interim.
Okay.
So it was not up to us to choose whom. We
Okay.
wanted Amakosi to choose one from them to be on the stage with the interim.
Okay.
Yes. So right now we would like to, from Wanyamakosi, come and represent.
Okay. Thank you, Neo. So in the meantime, we will introduce Ulirato Mahorwa. Step forward. Followed by Usimpiwe Zwane,
Daughter.
Nomzwandile Koza,
My daughter.
Shima. No, Shima Pakwaho. Askis, Shima Pakwaho.
Munna.
Munna. Okay, so thank you, Bayete, for standing up and adhering to the call. Konjeki?
The pastor is the one who's not here only.
Okay, sishota ngopasta kuphela uyo ngekho ngapha. But this is your interim committee for Region G, Orange Farm, and they've already started doing the work, and we need to support them, we need to capacitate them and see the great work that will happen in the regions. So thank you very much for, yebo, siyabonga kakhulu. Angithi sishilo ukuthi leadership is not only confined to government, in the words of the speaker, and we would like to take up this issue and change the narrative. Remember, every day that you walk around, you are making a statement, you are actually influencing someone, and we will be here again in April, and we will talk about what we have done in the regions. So we are not just interims, but we are there to actually change people's life and do a meaningful, impactful contribution in the societies. Madoda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sibosiso. I think my work is coming to an end, not as speaker, but as a facilitator now. It's coming to an end, but I just want to give my input here on the regions. Region G, Mr. Sitole, is not Orange Farm. Region G is one of the biggest regions in the city of Johannesburg, and I'm from Region G. I get jealous because Region G is big, it's massive, and we need to do our work in Region G. Because in Region G, it's like in Region B, where there's a lot of social ills, where our kids look up to makweras, where our kids at the age of 13, and I'm talking about the boy child, at the age of 13, carries a gun, where our kids at the age of 9 and 8 are selling drugs at school, where our kids goes from home when mom packs a lunchbox, on the side of the lunchbox is the drugs, and the child needs to sell it at school and come back with the money. And can we see what are we doing? Can we see what are we breeding? We are not breeding real men. We are breeding dealers. We are breeding drug dealers. We are breeding killers. Region G, and I'm saying this because I think we need a lot of work to do, and especially through our men. I'll quickly say to you, I was very scared of men from KZN. You know why? Because of the respect that you had to give unto men. In my previous life, when I was married to a chabalala, the one that starts with T. Yeah, is it chabalala, shabalala? But I knew that I had to have respect. And when I got where I am right now, in a political party that is from Xhosa descent, I also learned there's a lot of respect. Women do not always eat with men. I went to a place called Matatiel to the chiefs, and I was told, sorry, Sisi, when I was the men will eat here. And I didn't know. So I'm saying what we are currently breeding in the city of Johannesburg is men with no respect and no regard for society, that believes you must have a big car, you must have a lot of money, and irrespective of how it comes. So I want to say that let's work on Region G. Let's work on it. And I want to say, as I step down from chairing the session, I want to say that I see we are able and we will be able together to make a difference and have the Johannesburg that we want. I thank you. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You have said the mouthful, and Region G is lucky to have the Speaker who explained all those challenges. I hope the councillors for Region G, they said there is 17 wards, if I remember, yes, in Region G when we launch in any day. So all those 17 councillors, we still saw Chauke, and now is the Speaker here, which means we got 2 councillors now. So we still need those other councillors to come on board, because Ubab Chauke, the councillor, said if you can wake him at night, he can stand up for this program. And today we got another commitment from the Speaker to say he will support even he is out of this position of Speaker. So, which means he fully supported this program, and this program will flourish. We are moving now to the other, from the commission. What we're going to do, we're going to allow 20 minutes for the commission. So why we said 20 minutes? Because when we draft this program, we were given a few minutes for the speakers, but the speakers was overchowing the time for commissions. Because we are here today, but we give, if you look at the program, there is an hour to deal with our issues. But due to the speakers, previous speakers, they chow those time because we are at the parliament, we're working with time, and then we're going to move now. I will introduce Ubafana Dube, but on that commission, remember today, we are not here to complain. We are here to bring the solution to the city of Johannesburg to say, I think this issue of drugs, if you go to Commission of Drugs, we're not going to say our children are burning because of this government. No, we are saying this is the solution. We can do this program to address those issues. So if we can go out here and come back with the solutions, this is the solution that we want to implement in all those regions to address the problem. So if you go today and chow these 20 minutes by complaining, so when we come back here to give feedback, you can't give feedback of the right things because government comprise of you and the official. Because people who are here, they were elected by you. You need to hold them accountable. But if you complain by the people that you voted for, instead of holding them accountable, if today we're going out here and give the solutions to set as men of all those regions, these factors, we can address it like this. And I'm not opening for debate. We're going for the commission. When we come back, we move. I will allow Ubafana Dube to tell us where we go. And for the people who are online now, because there are people, this program is live on the social media, all social media platform for City of Johannesburg. So for those who are online now, I can give them a break of these 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, they will come back and listen to the feedbacks from those commissions. Bafana, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. We are going to have 5 commissions. Commission 1 will be role of men and boys in ending gender-based violence and femicide. That's Commission 1. Commission 2 will be redefining masculinity and mental health. The question will be, how do traditional expectations, like your example, suppressing emotions and being a sole provider, contribute to mental health, substance abuse and other issues? So those are the issues that Commission 2 will be dealing with. Commission 3, fatherhood, mentorship, and intergenerational gaps. That's Commission 3. You'll consider the high rate of absent fathers, challenges of modern parenting and so forth. And then Commission 4, economic empowerment and vulnerability. With the high unemployment rate and socio-economic pressures in Johannesburg, how can the city and private sector specifically target men and boys with skills development, entrepreneurship, and job creation initiatives? Commission 5, accountability and creating safe spaces. What mechanism can we use for peer-led accountability groups, gender-sensitive counseling, and yeah. And then I will request that we are assisted by the leaders of the civil society in terms of facilitation. The second deputy chair, you will take Commission 1. Spelele Dlamini will take Commission 2. Babunkosi, you will take Commission 3. Where's Babunkosi? You should take Commission 3. The chairperson of the CSF will take Commission 4. And then Secretary will take Commission 5. We'll then request the Secretariat to assist in terms of capturing the commissions for reporting back purposes. Thank you very much.
So we are going outside of the chamber. Ne? So those commissions, there's a round tables outside that are setted for those 5 commissions, which means Commission 1 will go this way. There's a table, a round table there. So if you want to, you are interested to debate on those one and bring solutions, you go to Commission 1 this side. And then you jump 2 tables, you go to Commission 2 at the same side, this side. So Commission 3 and 4 will be this side. Then Commission 5 will move that way at that side. They will be standing on Commission 5. So you're going to choose, according to the topic that were mentioned here, you choose which one you're going to join. And for all the secretariat, they're going to take minutes. And you said multi-sector coordinators, no? Yes, to capture everything and give and select one person from the group to give feedback. So which means multi-sector, they're going to capture all those information to be serious. When we come back on April, we need to hear some things that we're changing the shift in the city of Johannesburg. Over to you, Bafana.
Chair, maybe just to mention this, you might look at this today as 30 minutes is small, but in November, we are going to have a men and boys summit of the city of Johannesburg. But also the request that I'm making, make it a point that from your region, not all of you go to one commission, please.
Thank you very much. Your 20 minutes start now. We'll come back here at 20 past 1. 20 past 1 to give feedback. Thank you.
You are going to hear some drums hit, so that will be the call to come back at 20 past 1. when we start off, we are all settled and in our seats.
Can I? Volume.
(470). So I was delayed by Brixton. When I got delayed, you can cut.
Thank you very much. As I said, we're working with time at the Parliament. We chow 8 minutes because we said we'll come back here at 20 past. So what we're going to do, the first group that is ready, can you come to the podium and give the feedback from the commissions? Let's start with commission that is ready. You will tell us which commission you're coming from, and then the followed by the others commission that will ready on that order. Thank you. Can you switch on the mic?
Thank you, Slalo. Adjust. All right. Thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity. Angikale ngibingelele nje ebukhosini bayede. Ngibingelele kuwe Sihlalo, ngibingelele kubo bonke, ngiyazi ukuthi isikhathi anginaso, bengizobabiza ngamagama ungixolele Sihlalo. And I must also indicate through you, Chair, that as you've indicated that we are working on time, time will not do us justice on this one because we talked about a lot of things that we need to do, but I will try to move like a train. So I'm from Group 1, I'm Sizwe Kunene, representing the law and human rights sector in the province, and our group was talking about the roles of boy and man in GBV, Slalo. So the question that we have was that beyond simple not being perpetrators, what specific measures that we can put or actions every day to ensure that we play a role in combating GBV, if I'm not mistaken. So these were the response that came from the group that had so much insight, Slalo. I learned a lot from the group that I was in today. So our response was that we need to do constant teachings. We need to have these teachings. We need to have these engagements where we remind young men or young boys on what it means to be a boy, what it means to be a man, so that we do away with these things. And then we also said that we need to have a proper diagnosis of the issue. I think it was the Dr. Matome here who spoke about the input and the process and the output. So when we're dealing with the issues of gender-based violence, Slalo, we need to have a proper diagnosis. What causes these things? I mean, we can go as far as going to unemployment, as far as going to drugs, as far as going to any other socio-economic issues that could actually contribute to gender-based violence, but not diagnosing the issue would actually lead us to deal with an output without dealing with an input. That would then come back and arise again. So now it will be just a process, a circular flow, if I can make it in an economic term, that will just be circulating within our society. And then somebody said it's nothing for us without us. And I think this one speaks to our donors, because sometimes when we must respond to project that responds to boys and the men in our society, we get pre-generated proposals form that says that this is what we want to do in this manner. So we want us to do it in our manner where they allow us and say, tell us what's your problem, and then we'll support you in solving that problem. Because as we are coming from different regions, even our problems are different from the regions that we come in. Others have high amounts of drug use or substance abuse. Others have high amount of rape and what for. So that could be caused also by different things within our society, even issues of absent fathers. So we need to have a chance to actually define what is it that we need to do with our interventions in our society. And then also we need to say, somebody said within our group, Chair, we need to also bring back the biblical studies that used to happen in school back in the days, because doing away with those biblical studies is actually capping the righteousness in our society. And now we've got too many rights as the youth in our society, and I think those rights have also actually moved us away from what we are supposed to do as children of the society. And they say it takes a village to raise a child, Islam. And then we also said we need to have a bottom-up approach. I think it has been explained. We need more of community activations. It has been explained. We also need support systems that are very safe, Slalo. Even in our police stations, we need to have a dedicated session that says men who are being abused can come and report here without as they would normally do. And then we also said that we need to challenge this harmful masculinity that is happening in our society. And also we need to amplify and modify the voice of men in our society. And also we need to bring respect to our chiefs in our society. I mean, Slalo, not being political in this matter, but we even explained that this world was taken from Amakosi 8. And now we are living in a city whereby the respect from them has been taken away, because we are being modern, and I think we are being too modern to actually modernize ourselves with disrespect. We need to bring back the respect as men in our society. And then we also need those of community engagements. And then also, Slalo, we also said that we need to be cultural activists. We need to know where we come from so that we can know where we are going. We even talk about the stages of being a man, starting from ukuba umfana until you become ikehla. We need to understand and redefine that so that the boys that are growing up in our community to be amadoda, they actually understand what it means to be born as a boy in this country. And then we said we need to bring back the spirit of Ubuntu and do away with the blame shifting. We need to play a role as men in actually molding and raising and creating creating leadership in men in our society. And then we said that we also need to work together with the government to create job opportunities, because there are frustrations that come with financial issues that also contribute to a gender-based violence in our society. We also said that we also need to have empowerment activities, Chair, whereby we speak of in creating NGOs, creating self-employment. And I think the part of NGO would actually work, because it is the very same NGO that has changed some of the men that were previously perpetrators in our community, who are now actually the activists in our community. And then we also said we need psychosocial support, Slalo, because as we go through things, we need to have people to talk to. And we need safe spaces to do that, Slalo, because we can't just talk to anyone. We need to have a safe space to actually address that. And when we address that, we're also addressing the issues of absent fathers. And we're also addressing the issues of women giving children to Amadota that they think this one will be a better father, of which sometimes it also creates a challenge in the child growing up, having to unlearn that the person that you have known for your whole life is not actually your biological father. And then we also said we need the provision of shelter as well to address the issue of gender-based violence and the acceptance of positive masculine, that ukuba indoda, yes, you do cry in a safe space. And then also we said we also need to have men discussions where we discuss on how we can empower one another. And I think that was a very key and crucial point, to say that we must not just talk about the issues, but also talk about how can we empower ourselves so that we take lead, because we have stated before that we want to do away with the blame shifting. And then we also said we want to combat substance abuse. We want to have skills development center as well. We want to actually have men who also support the community structures that are there, because there are community structures, but some of the men are not part of that. So we said we want men who will support those structures. But all in a nutshell, we said we need to define and redefine the role of a man so that we can end GBV in our society. Sihlalo ngishilo ngathi angeke ngithathe isikhathi eside. Ngiyaxolisa, ngiyabonga.
Lesedi, I'm from group number 2, redefining masculinity and mental health. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. It's Khosi Mutsiri. I'm here giving the inputs from group number 2. Number 1, drug abuse, or the drug abusers needs to be referred to the rehab, and also the team building for the places of recreational, and also to stop vandalism, to change the mindset, and also Operation Fiela, the issues of CPF, Panyazas, Amapanyaza, navigate program that change minds, have good motivational names as we learn also from good people from our communities, create safe place for men, sessions where men can speak out and express their frustrations, not only to be drinking in taverns, but also in the same areas to change it for expressing our challenges as men. If they have increase of safe space, they will decline the issue of the abuse and the killings, for mindset. Try to stop generalizing. We need also the speakers, we need also to applaud. There are men who are good, not to always being suppressed that all men were rapists, all men are doing wrong things. There are men who are good. And also to not diminishing the insults to a manhood, illegal immigrants, also the issues of economical imbalances, and also we have realized what immigration have created in our country, the issues of Banaba Shokahalang, and also the poison, and also the issue of youth leadership training programs. And also, we as men, we are not comfortable to express. That is also a need to start from the youth development. And also as youth, We need also peer group, whereby we'll be discussing issues of our challenges as youth and also as fathers, and also amakhetla, and also get people who are also successful to influence our young people and also us as men. And also issues that there was issue of subs, amaphoyisa. They are saying, but also we must not generalize because there are also good men and women in blue, that they are also failing us based on receiving bribes. There was also an example in Alexander, but that is another topic for another day. Men's Parliament need also to intervene. Also, there is a call, Madam Speaker, the absence of our mayor. He can't just come and give us a speech and leave. He must listen to our grievances, and also we want the response. We are feeling as men being disrespected because this sitting he knows. Parents must support the children, also mental wellness dialogue. I'll rush before my time goes off. Also the involvement of pastors, religious leaders, also to be part of changing the mindset of challenges that are facing men. And also the curriculum, life orientation needs to be changed, because in other countries, it seems in South Africa, everything we have adopted of a United Kingdom curriculum. We need also to have a curriculum whereby we are taught of how to be a youth, how to be a father. Not always we will be told that, no, this thing is automatically known. We need also that life orientation to be changed. And the next one, relook on the syllabus, because also we were given examples of countries like Germany and Spain, social fathers group, whereby we can see also Bomalome who are good in aspirations to give positive aspirations and motivation. And also the last one, institution of learning. We need also that institution of learning to be Africanized, to bring back our Ubuntu and also to bring back our Africanism. Amase, lesedi. Lesedi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, the Chairperson Wabumpepu, the members of the Men's Parliament, abahlali bendabuko. Ngubongani waNkosi Gama. I'm from Region C, which it covers parts of Rodiport, Bramfisher, Snake Park, Matolesville, Leratong, and further down, you know, the other areas, Florida and so on and so on. But I just want to quickly go through what we have been requested to present here before you. The topics that we were asked to cover, number one was fatherhood, and the other part was mentorship, and the last part was intergenerational gaps. Don't be surprised that there's two of us here. We've agreed in the team that we'll co-present with the young men here, because this is what it is. We're talking about Men's Forum. Men's Forum is about men in totality. It does not exclude younger men, or it does not exclude boys. I'm not saying that a boy, my man. Yes. We had to go through first the definition of what fatherhood is. What do we understand about fatherhood? And then we also had to address that question that was put in there for us to address as a team. But I just want to say, that just before I start with everything, that the speaker, when she started, yes, did say that respect is very, very important. She acknowledged that respect is very, very important. A man who respects himself and who respects his family, who respects his community, will always be regarded in his society as a man with leadership qualities. A man with good moral values, who's able to pass on those moral values, good moral values, to his own children, is a leader in society. So these things are very important. Child rearing is very important. Ukukhulisa abantwana kuyinto ebaluleke kakhulu. We're all raised by parents. Even the animals themselves, they get raised by their own elders. So we know that this thing, child rearing is very, very important, and we need to take it seriously. Fatherhood is very, very important. A father is a leader in his house. Other people will say a father is a head, but some people argue that there is a neck also, and the neck always twists the head, or the neck is stronger than the head and so on. But the head is there. The neck, yes, is there to support the head. It's important that it is there. So we looked at that, yes, and we also looked, as I said earlier, mentorship. What is the role of a father? Is to protect, to guide, to
1
provide,
minute left.
to be responsible, and to be accountable. Sorry, I haven't finished. We had to come with solutions on this, on the role of the father. And the solution that we came up with, which is very, very important, very key, is that the Men's Parliament should drive a program of developing a manual on how a boy child is to be raised. There are so many things that can be included here, the religious, the educational, and the cultural areas that can be incorporated into that manual. That manual then is important also, that it can be sent to the schools. In the team, we said the Men's Forum must develop that manual. That manual must form part of a curriculum that will be given to the Department of Education for it to be assimilated or to be part of the educational curriculum at schools, or life orientation at schools, as said earlier. Those things are important. We think the Men's Forum must lead the program of developing that manual. And we also spoke about the importance of fathers being social fathers as well. There's an example that I gave in our group that there's a child who grew up with a mother, and the father is an absent father, was not around all the time. But the mother, the child was raised by the mother. And that child ended up modeling, because children model their behavior from the parents. They look at the parents, and their parents are the models. Now there was only one parent here, that is the mother of the child. And the boy child modeled his behavior on what the mother was doing. So even when going to the toilet, that child, instead of, men, what you do when you go to the toilet to pass water, we just stand up. And then women, they sit. So this boy grew up with this trauma of actually going to sit, and because he was modeling his behavior based on the mother. So when he goes to the toilet also, he would sit down instead of standing up as a man. So a friend of mine advised this lady, no, you can take this child to your relative, male relative, an adult that you trust, can help raise this child. And, he was telling me this story, said he's surprised that today that boy is a stronger man, able to speak and with a stronger voice, a male voice, able to do all things that males are supposed to do. This is what we are depositing here. We must be social fathers as well. Our fathership role must not end in our own homes. It must go into the community, and we must spread that around. I think we'll come through also.
Sure.
Okay.
Nyabonga, all protocol observed. Mina, Speaker, I would like to say, ngizocela ukuthi nisikhulumele to the Department of South Africa ukuthi ilethe ibudget to the Men's Forum ukuthi i-Men's Forum izokhona ukwenza ama-workshop. Because as much as ubaba asho la with the manual book, we will need more of us ukuthi attend ama-workshop and express i-dialogue ukuthi ubaba into enjani and understand, so we can also bring abantu abafana nathi youth nenye sele ekhaya ukuthi guys kunama-workshop, kunama-camps ahostwa i-Men's Forum that's supported by the department South Africa. So by doing that, sicela ibudget ukuthi sokhona ukusebenza effectively, and for the interim committee ngicela nakhona basinikeze i-workshop camp yokuthi so understand ukuthi what are we being tasked with, because I wouldn't want to stand here and expect ukuthi maybe ngazi yonke into. So ngizela ngokuzofunda, so ngicela ningipheni the right necessary skills, because for a doctor, maka surgeon, uzodinga izinto zokukhatha. So I can't be a doctor ngana equipment. So nje sicela equipment nama fund resources from the speaker ozosikhulumela phezulu. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good.
When we done speaking at the podium, can we switch off our mics? Because the chair next to me cannot switch on his mic if your mics are on, especially the front one. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm representing team number 5, which was given the topic accountability in creating a safer spaces in our communities. As the people who were gathered outside for this topic, we came up with these points. Understanding accountability. Accountability means taking a responsibility for our actions, our words, and even our silence. It's about being honest, transparent, and willing to correct wrongs, whether as individual, families, leaders, or community members. When it comes to creating a safe spaces, accountability is not about punishing those who cause harm. It's about everyone playing their part of prevent harm and protect others. Why accountability matters? It builds trust. People feel safer when they know others will take responsibility and act with integrity. It prevents violence. When wrongdoers know they will be held accountable, it discourages abuse and harmful behavior. It promotes justice. Accountability ensures that victims and survivors are heard, supported, and believed. It strengthens unity. A community that holds each other accountable becomes stronger and more united in protecting its members. Number 3, what accountability looks like in practice. Individual accountability. Each person must reflect on their own behavior, how they treat others, the language they use, and whether they contribute to a culture of respect or harm. Do I stand up when I see a wrong? Do I make people feel safe around me? Collective accountability, communities must create systems that protect everyone, especially women, children, and vulnerable groups. This includes reporting abuse, offering support to victims, and ensuring perpetrators face consequences. Leadership accountability. Community leaders, faith leaders, and organizations must lead by example by being transparent, fair, and consistent in promoting safe and equality. Male accountability. Men and boys should hold one another accountable, calling out existing behavior, disrespect, and violence instead of normalizing excusing it. Number 4, building a safer community together, creating a safe space means listening to survivors and believing their stories. Encourages open dialogue when people can express themselves without fear. Education. our youth about respect, educating our youth about respect, consent, and empathy. Establishing clear community rules and consequences for harmful actions. In conclusion, Chair, I will be going straight in. Accountability is the foundation of the safe community when each of us takes responsibilities for our actions, our influence, and our silence. We create a culture where respect, care, and safety thrives. Safer spaces begins with you and choosing to do what's right, even when it's not easy. I submit, Chair.
Matota. By name, I go by Uspiwe Shabalala, and I'm representing, I think it's Commission 4 on Economic Development and Vulnerability of Men. Ngibulise nenabomthonyama bondabezithe bayede. Ngibulise uSpeaker of Council, ngibulise uChairman and all protocol observed. Our commission sat and we looked at the impact of economic development in terms of how it makes men vulnerable. So this is what the commission said. We looked at a number of issues, one of them being how do we relate the issue of gender-based violence, the lack of investment amongst men programs, that it's leading towards the perpetuation of men's problems. So where we are coming from is that it is a societal pressure or a societal norm that mawindoda uhlele ekhaya ungasebenzi, then you become vulnerable in society. What do you lose? You lose then your opinions, you lose your voice in terms of saying ukuthi ukwazi ukukhuza makwenzakala izinto. So therefore it leads to a decaying society. So awusakwazi ukukhuza abantwana estradeni because you'll be told ukuthi awusebenzi or you are not economically empowered. So as amadoda we looked at an issue of empowerment. What does it mean? And I have in skills development. So as men we said, we must have a clear-cut policy in terms of empowerment of men and the skills development of men in particular, evaluation as we are called. And men were clear in terms of the industries that they were earmarking. One, men wanted to be involved or participate in technology space in the city of Johannesburg. And two, we want to then participate in energy. Those are renewable energy and energy in all aspects. And then there's that issue of infrastructure development, whereby budgets are allocated, but we can't seem to get our quotas in terms of how many men have been empowered. And by empowerment, we mean that we are sustainable. Asking to go to project 6 months where you come in and then you go out the next time. Then after 6 months, we are back to normality where you are vulnerable. So those are one of the things that we looked at. And also, we looked at our social services, emalokishin, your primary health care facilities, whereby now we have a shortage of male nurses and male staff in my clinic, which is also another empowerment component that is happening in Malukishin. I mean, it does not take a whole lot for a man who can come in and clean a clinic, but we find even those opportunities are allocated to women. And then, Amatota said, and then on a policy issue, that's another aspect where men spoke about quotas. We find that economically, there are these quotas, whether they are legislated as BEE or women empowerment or other aspects, not to say that we are attacking women empowerment, but we are just making an example so that we can check scalability with less into their fund. Now, we'll make an example through you, Speaker, that a typical program like Ichozi Ihlomile, which 90% of it will then hire women. And what does Ihlomile do? They just go in the location, educating people about health issues, HIV and AIDS, and then TB. And if we have looked at our stats that were presented here, we find good. In fact, in State City, there are more men that are affected than any other. So it would then make sense that even those quotas that chose Maihlomile, which are opportunities that are present in the city, are then also gender balance in terms of where men can find expression. So those are other issues. And then, again, on police, we spoke about inclusive education. Those are programs within the city. Men feel that there's no access to information, whereby these things will be advertised or spoken somewhere. But men are clear that in terms of inclusive education, there must be a specific focus on soft skills, whereby we are trained men to do soft skills in terms of and stuff like that. Also, academia, whereby we can also issue out bursaries to men who want to go to school and empower themselves. But also, whilst we are talking on this, there's an issue of financial literacy that came about. And this is an economical issue that makes men even more vulnerable. So at a later stage of life, where men are not economically now viable, they begin to face problems because now Osena Mali, Osena in. And then we asked the commission, how do we then sustain that? Now, men are clear to say, if programs of the city or any other program within the city of Johannesburg, one, it must do away with the age restriction. So it cannot be 18 to 35 only, because even later in life, men want to be economically viable so that they can provide for their families and circumvent this vulnerability they feel in society. So that's one aspect of it. And then two, men also spoke about the capital infrastructure investment in the city of Johannesburg. And they are clear, Guti. Once this infrastructure investment happen, we then need to check in terms of quotas, and quotas in terms of skills development. I go into a project, I work for 6 months, but I need to be skilled so that I'm able to then either sustain myself or find new opportunities within the city. So that is another aspect. And then in conclusion, or in my conclusion, men are clear that there must be a policy development. If there's no policy that speaks to a 24-hour economic activity in the city of Johannesburg, so that men can take opportunities of those growing opportunities. For example, if we are to say a retail shop would open for 24 hours, it would probably run a shift at 3. So that means more opportunities for men whilst we fill those quotas. And there's also opportunities in terms of security, the safety of Johannesburg. If we want to make Joburg a world-class city in terms of safety, then the participation of men is required. Where the city will say, we want a safe Johannesburg under the banner of the Johannesburg that we want. But that the Johannesburg that we want must then speak to that perspective of saying, what is it that as men we can do? And those programs must be design funded so that men can then participate in that, so that we circumvent this vulnerability issue. And then there's that indirect beneficiation out of that 24-hour economy that we're running. So as you see, what do I mean about indirect? These stalls that the city might have, can we also have quotas where men are prioritized to say, can we come there and sell our goods and services? And why I'm saying this, because men have identified that we have different skills, elocution, but because of we can't get access to information, it becomes difficult to actually access those skills. And then also men spoke about what we call social entrepreneurship. Now, because of that societal pressure amongst young boys in particular, whereby their unemployment, that's where these vulnerabilities amongst young boys, they begin to develop, whereby they end up taking drugs and stuff like that. So men are saying social entrepreneurship must then be prioritized in the city of Johannesburg, whereby we can utilize some of these spaces as a corner. If it's land, then we know that we can run a proper agricultural program there. If maybe it's a community wall that is debilitating, or it's the city is not servicing right, then that can then be turned into a crafts a place where crafts and arts can be done as a social entrepreneur, where they can derive some form of profitability. And then, what am I missing? Oh, and then men are clear that there needs to be then collaboration amongst themselves, and so that we strengthen the multi-sectoral engagement. So in our Ndoda Wednesday, the item of economic empowerment must be a standing item, whereby men then discuss their own local economic outlook, so that they take opportunities of what is there at local level. If it is a piece of land, if it's a wall that is not working, if it's offices that are not working, we must know so that we put those social programs in there, or social entrepreneurship, whereby young boys in particular and men in general can then take advantage of those things. Now, another thing that men looked at, lastly, is the issue of former MOEs. These 12 companies that the city of Johannesburg has. What then becomes the involvement of men? I'll make an example with one. You will find that we have EJRA, which might say it's either Sinai motor or output to asphalt tire short. We have men that are mechanics or that can be trained, that can be mechanics to actually assist the city to fix those things so that that MOE becomes to run effectively. And this goes across all these MOEs. So men are clear that we must develop a policy that speaks to men, that's going to cascade across all departments of the city. Two, the primary healthcare economy must also speak to men, whereby we have more male nurses. Soft programs like Abu Jose Maihlomile, it cannot be that the 95% women, where else we are seeing is that city, 80%, 90% of infections are amongst men. So that must also be spoken to. And then three, resources that are in society or communities must then be adequately used, and men are ready to offer programs to those spaces, so that and stuff like that. Last one, schools development for young boys, facilities, programs of funding programs for AMA sports, arts and culture. It's important. Yeah, that is what that economic empowerment commission spoke of. I hope this will find expression when we come next time. There'll be actually answers towards this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. This is the last commission to give us feedback, and all the feedback were noted, will get a necessary attention. But some of the things that you raised in the last commission about the age group is detection. You know, people who are at the parliament are over the age of 60. They're still sitting there. And then those who are in power, they just prevent those young people. When you reach 35, they say, don't come forward. They design a program to prevent you, not to block them, because you are more intelligent. You can give them headache. I know about that. So there are red tapes that they prevent you as men to get up. You will make noise until 35. After that, you will be making noise outside of the system. So I think in terms of designing those policies, it was designed by a person, and that person, he has the reason why he did that. Because if you can compare that one with the Warbot, there's no age limit. Bomagogo, they are there. They are moving on the street. It's from the province. But at the city, they prevent, they said, young people. And those young people, they said they can't take risk. They need insurance. And on that program, there's no insurance. So they said they are safety first. But we are moving on with the program. On that program, if you look at the program, because we're going to move with time, we're going to give the speakers who are coming here only a minute. Because those who were here when we said time, we're at the parliament. We need to stick to time. So I'll start with the Royal, the Majesty, a person going to represent them to give the message of support. When the royal families and Izinduna, the Royal and Izinduna representative, which means it's two, because they are Majesty and they are kings. So one from the king, one from Izinduna, who represent Izinduna. When they are done with the message of support, will stand up, they leave the chamber, they go upstairs, they will save them, and will be continuing with the messages of support with the other organization, Heartline, the community safety, they give us the apology if they're here, but they will come. The CRAM representative, Father Nation, provincial legislator, the Gauteng men's sector representative, the UNAs, they give us the apology. They are attending to the serious matter of La Capelave, the one that my leader, they always talk about. So the JAC Secretariat, if there's a representative, and then the SAPS, they are here, and then, yeah, on that order. And then those other organizations from different regions, the one that we didn't give them to give the message of support is from Region G. From those other regions, we know that you are present, but from Region G, because they didn't get time last time, because of the time constraints, we will have representative from one or two organizations from Region G to give the message of support on behalf of the civil society. So can we do it on that order? Those Bayete. Can we all rise? So, because I said 1 minute, the speaker said if you exceed the time, they switch off the mic. Thank you.
Bayete. Bayete. Greetings to the speaker, the management, ye chamber. Ngibingelela bonke ubuholi obukhona, amakhosi angaphakathi zinduna. So we are here representing induna. I'm happy to see induna yase Fosloras a hostel. The support, Chair, that we're giving to this chamber, izinduna zonke zasema hostela nasema informal settlement, ezikhona eGauteng. We as traditional leader sector, we support this chamber, we support this movement because it aligns with our vision of HIV-free generation. It aligns with our vision your creating savings. It aligns with the vision yokuthi obaba neinsizwa mazibuyele emakhaya zibuyele zi-healthy, hayi lento esiyibonayo ukuthi mababuyele emakhaya baphinde nabo babhebhethekise igciwane lesandulela ngculaza emakhaya lapha babuya khona. And then also the support to say emakhaya lapha babuya khona yini esingakhona ukuyenza so that we can stop this migration eyenza ukuthi kube nama informal settlement angaka. So ey'nduneni ezingaphansi kwamakhosi, we support men's parliament and we thank you so much. Bayede.
Close. Andivi ndlu. Close. Ngumthandazo wabantu ko. Ndlu lo me phambi kwenu qale ndibulele kusihlalo angandibethi endaweni yakhe. Ndibulele nakuche. Ndibulela amadoda akhona apha endlini. Ndibulele ondaba ezitha. Ndithi bayede. Si acknowledge abakuthi amakhoyi aphi nanga yapha bayede. Bondaba ezitha ndima apha phambi kwenu ndingunkululeko kaXaba. Owakwamthethwa ke abanye xa benifuna. Ndithanda ukubulela kakhulu ngendlela eniparticipate ngayo, nazibamba naziqoqa nabangamadoda. Apha ke ebudodeni kukho iimpawu, uqala ube lijaha, usuke ebujaheni ube yindoda, usuke ebudodeni ube ngumnumzana. Umnumzana ke selungisela uba ayichatisela abantu. Ube yingwevu, ube lixhego elikhatheleyo. So ufune sizazi izinto sizohlule. Singazi mistake sifake into engqiweni enye. So ke ndlu ndiyavuya ke kakhulu ukudibana namadoda azimisele ukulungisa izwe lawo. Ndinamazwi endifuna ukuwathetha. Ekuqondiseni kuba kaloku oXaba kuthiwa ngababumbi nabaqambi bezizwe zonke. Kukho amagama esiwathetha singawaqondi uba athetha ntoni. Bendipha ngaphandle kweCommission bethetha ngomveli Nqangi. Ayikho into enqangileyo, ngumuntu wokuqala lowa, ngumveli kuqala. Asifumana apho ke mathole. Ndize esikholweni kulapho sikholelwa khona uba siyayilahla le ngubo yethu yobuntu. Silandela ondlebe zikhanyilanga. So ke xa uthi uthetha ngesikolo uthetha ngomuntu okholiweyo, okholwe into ayifundiswe ngaba baze ngomkhumbi. Size esibhedlele kwakulichila uba umuntu adlelele. Kwadityaniswa lamagama kwathiwa usebhedini uyadla isibhedlela. So ndiyaqondisa abantu, ndiyaniqondisa. Size kuXhosa, lo ndinguye. NguXhosa lo. NguXhosa. uXhosa mphini mumbi kuba kaloku abafowethu abayaba ngamakhoyi bazondivumela. Amakhoyi akasekho agcinwa ngokutyiwa ngamaXhosa. Baxhosa umphini umbi. Bafika ke ngokubathi isiXhosa asitoliko. Ngoba bethini benqena ukuyichaza ba baxoze umphini umbi. Niyandiva ndlu? Xhosa. Ndiyayithanda ke lento oba yenzeke ngeWednesday. Kuba kaloku iWednesday sisithathu. Isithathu ke sisemntwini. Umuntu uqala eyisithi elapha kuyise esinqeni. Ahambe noyise ajampa amafence agroove noyise. Uyise ebengashona. Kodwa kuze kufikelele ixesha apho ke ngoku adlulisa lesidi esibelethweni somuntu ongumama. Ihlale lesidi bane rights abantu bangayihunyula bayikhuphe lo nto le lapha esiswini. Kodwa akugcine kude uzofikelela kulomhlaba sikuwo. Lo mhlaba ke kuthiwa ke masimele amanye amazulu azayo. Ucinga abantu bebhalele history ngawe, ufike wena uhlale apho ulindele ba kuzobuye kubekho lelinye izulu eliyobelivele. Madoda, izulu leli sikulo. uYehova wenza umuntu wayengabhorekanga ukwenza umuntu. Wayekhathele ngumuntu ongakwazi ukubamba into. Wathatha udongo wambumba ecaleni kwamanzi. Wathi inhle lento, watsho wangayiniki negama lento ayenzileyo. Wathi izozinema yona iname izizwe zonke. So ke hlukanani namagama abelumbi kuba kaloku niyakontrolwa ngawo magama. Into xa uyinika igama uyinikeza kuwe into yakho leyo. Khosi andithethi kakubi ndiyakha. Ngushwabada lo nomjoli. Khosi. Sibulele ndoda. Aw nisho kamnandi xa nithi ndoda.
Thank you very much. We allow Izinduna, can we rise for Izinduna to come to the podium? Our Mokwena. Followed by the COI representative.
Mangibonge speaker. Usuku lakho namhlanje ukuthi ube nathi sihloniphe kakhulu speaker siyakubonga. Speaker uyasebenza speaker. Usebenza kakhulu ngiyamazi suka kude kabi nathi lokuzabalaza lo speaker. Alo ayibambile will always support you speaker. Bobaba asizeni kule nkulumo lela. Yabo mama emakhaya angiyangezwe neyamali ukuthi madoda mara mawufika ekhaya usaseyindoda ukhahlela umfazi umfazi uyakusebenzela uyakuwashela wena mawuhola Friday awusayisi nemali esishiwe ekhaya uyabaleka uya ku girlfriend yakho ulala khona uzobuya Sunday bakudlila usana mali masofika ekhaya awuthenganga nokudla. Kokuqala ushaya umfazi ufuna iplate. Kwesibili ama-overall wakho afeyile angcolile. Ushaya umfazi mara ushela imali yokugeza ama-overall wakho. Manje mina bengicela ku-speaker besicela kakhulu ukuthi thina basenzele kuma-police station wonke kube nama-traditional council abe nama-ofisi wabo kuma-police station. La abantu izincaki zabo zasemakhaya bazokwazi ukuziripota ey'nduneni lapha ema-police station ngoba maye ephoyiseni iphoyisa lidla itshotsho ngapha ipheyisa asahambe asabuchobeki lo aphinde ushaya umama ekhaya yabona sebekuzibambela nangizokuthi thini siyazi ukudila nabantu abanjalo abadelela abomama emakhaya sizabasebenza sobaweka thina yowafaka isambongo thina bobaba lapho. And futhi bane labo baba bayadelela bathanda ukwenza ama-show off ngabo mama babo la babashaye phambi kwabantwana yangithi babashaye phambi kwabo babashaye phambi kwaba next door athi thina masenza siyana enduna zami ke thina masifika lapho siyambamba ubaba simbamba izandla neenyawo phambi kwabantu lapho simpaphatha ley'bulu lezi asitop ukuhlupha umama yabona into enjalo asinabo mama bezohlushwa abobaba la bayadelela abobaba abalunganga. Boba ngikhuluma nani khona abanye benu bakhona khona lona abahlukumeza omama bazothi ndoda maphambi kwethu uthi ndoda uma singekho bafika ekhaya nqa lo nqa leso uyisozo izinto embi kumama. Please siyekele into enjalo baba asiphathele abomama bethu kahle ngicela ukuthi abasivulela ama-ofisi wethu ema-police station sodila nabo labo baba labo bonke laba baba basemizini sodila nabo nalabantwana bama-drugs sosebenzana nabo ngiyathokoza.
Siyabonga. Sicela nilandele amakhosi ngale kuyiwa upstairs. Sizocela the representative from the COI because we don't want to leave anyone behind to give the message of support, and then they will follow the royal house. Can we give them a hand of applause when they're coming forward?
Good day. Nonkia. Bayet. Ngos. We as a Khoi and San, before I proceed, I must acknowledge the Speaker of the House and thank you for allowing the men to speak up. We are proud of the city of Johannesburg that they gave the men the opportunity to bring out their grievances and to bring out how we are being isolated. And we as a Khoi and San give our full support for this men parliament. And we think that in every city council, there needs to be a men parliament. As in Joburg, city of Johannesburg is busy, as given the go-ahead. And I hope that all naturals follow suit so that we can be engaged properly and our people and we as men can be empowered economically. Kai says. Kai Kankans.
Thank you very much. The Khoi can leave the chamber and go to upstairs. Can you leave the chamber, only the Khoi and the San, to leave the chamber to upstairs? They will join other royal families. And in that matter, as I mentioned, other organizations, can we start with the SAPS to give the message of support, and then all those I mentioned, can you come closer so that 1 minute, because we're going to spend 1 minute walking to the mic. Can you come closer and give those messages of support one by one, and then we are moving. Otherwise, the food will get poisoned.
Daughter. Yeah, 1 minute is not enough, but I'll try. Madam Speaker, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, you said when you opened, we are not breeding the real men, we are breeding demons. That really touched me. And as Heartlines, my name is Khosiami Masika, I'm from the organization called Heartlines. Heartlines is an organization that focuses on issues of men. We are talking about Fathers Matter, which is one of our programs that we are running. We are encouraging fathers to be actively, positively present in the lives of their children. And I want to take what Ntate Jerry Mufokeng said the other day. He says, we have old males that want the benefits of a man and the freedom of boys. That's a very touching statement because we've got fathers. If you can take what the king said, that the other chiefs shared with us, we are talking about fathers abangafuna ukukhula. You are a father, but you still have a child inside of you. But it's another topic for another day. But as Heartlines, we are saying, why fathers are not present in the lives of their children? These are the other things that we must address as the City of Joburg Men's Forum. Fathers are not present because the issue of unemployment. You know when the power has shifted endly. You know when the power has shifted. In politics, they talk about balance of forces. When the other force is no longer there, we are no longer, you can't provide, the decision have been taken for you. That thing really kills us men. And then the other thing, lento yenhlawulo,
20
ukuthi amadoda, they
seconds.
can't be present because of inhlawulo. These are the other issues that we are addressing as Heartlines. Please, Men's Wednesday, here in Indota Wednesday, please invite us. Let's create dialogues because we are here to train you, to facilitate, to handle those dialogues, to create a safe space for men to engage and talk about the issues that they are affected, that affects them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. KJ must Subskijema.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge you. The chairperson of Men's Forum, I acknowledge you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Just to give a word of support. I am Sergeant Maluleke from Alexander SAPS. I am the GBB coordinator at Alexander SAPS. I'm with Sergeant Gwinda, the social crime prevention at Alexander SAPS. Last year, around November, we were doing an awareness, a GBVF awareness at Alexandra. And I was shocked to realize that there's still men who still feel that when they go and report the GBV matters, they are not taken serious. And then I wanted to ensure that men, they're being heard. That's when I joined this forum, Men's Forum at Alexander SAPS, at Alexandra, to make sure that I'm being heard as the GBV coordinator, that we support you, we love you, we are there for you, and we are being listened. Each and every time when you cry for help, we are there for you as police officers. And another thing that I want to emphasize is regarding when raising a boy child. The kids that we are raising, the children that we are raising, they are what they learn. Whatever that we are teaching our kids, or whatever that they observe in our household, that's what they are going to grow portraying to other people. So it's very, very much important to make sure that when we raise these kids, we raise them with respect, we raise them to acknowledge the other person as important as they are. So another thing is that the daughter Wednesday, men out there, can you spread the word that can you actually form those forums whereby you're going to meet each and every Wednesday to discuss your health issues, to discuss the things that you face socially, so that you can be able to offload the problems alone. Because of some men, it's not easy for them to open up. But if you are next to somebody who actually share the same
20
problem.
seconds, Saps.
Thank you very much. I'll go. If you share the same problems with the other person, you feel comfortable with that person, it's going to be easy for you to actually even educate the next person how to offload your problems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madota. Madota. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairperson. Umabunda from Kram, City of Johannesburg, Region E. Mina ngeke ngikhulume kangaka. Kancane nje angithi ngikhulile sengilambile. Madoda asinakekeleni impilo zethu. Kwamanje nje ngibheke something la ngaphandle. Bathe wonke umuntu okhona la akaphuma kancane ochecka. Akuzange ngibone noyi-1 ahlale lapha or afole line. But if beku abomama ube uzobona iline serious kusho ukuthi asisinakekelanga. And ma thina sila ithi amadoda yokugcina ngoba labaza emuva baphelile ngenyawupe akusese namadoda nesingeke sisaphinda sisaba namadoda. Thina sila masiyenze sure ukuthi siyayima sikhulisa abantwana bethu ngendlela efanele silusana nama drugs la sihlala khona. Amaphoyisa bengeke bayazi ukuthi ama drugs yakuphi ngaphandle kithi ngoba sihlala nabo abantwana bethu abababa bethu. And masuka la sigcina nje umkhulu akasavuki embedeni. And mangasavuki umama uzoya ngaphandle because asisinakekeli impilo zethu. Sesiyacela ke asisinakekeleni impilo zethu ngoba bazosishiya siphinde sibashaye or sibabulala ngoba asikwazi ukuthi siphile. Imbiza ziyafuneka ukuthi nisiphile ziyochekwa na futhi sicheke futhi ngapha ezamadoda madoda.
Can you switch off the mic, please, ma'am? Okay. Use the next one. Oh, okay. Just hold on,
Madam
sir.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity you gave me today. Chairperson of the men's sector, Mr. Charles Mpepu, thank you for giving us the opportunity as a region G-man. Uspiwe Zwane Okulumayo, I'm from a region G. I think this opportunity, Uguti Nkulumenani Bobaba, the speakers who came forward today, I think they've covered everything. But me, as Uspiwe Zwane, Ntando Uguti Bobaba, we are living an important part. Let us try ukuthi masihlangene kulama spaces wethu njengabo baba njengoba sazi ukuthi unemployment problem esifacana nayo. Let us try ukuthi sithichane ukuthi singafida kanjani kule economy yethu le engathi ihlula nawo ne government yethu. Asiyekeni bo baba kuba ama gatekeepers. Asifundisaneni ukuthi ama businesses ngawacala kanjani. Asibonisaneni ukuthi singacala kanjani ukuthi impower singabo baba khona sokhona ukuthi siwine ku small business ila economy cala khona ngoba ongaba ubaba uphume if uzobuya endlini ungananto ozoyibeka etafuleni vele uya shift positionini yakho ngoba ingane mazibona wena zibona iprovide. Asingalwisani nabo mama kepha sifuna isolution kuba bo mama sifunde kubo ukuthi bathi mabathola ithuba bathi woman empowerment bayibamba ngezandla zombili. That is why today balaba khona nathi ngokunjalo asenzeni ukuthi sibambane singabo baba collaboration into yokucala sicommunicate kulama spaces wethu sikhulume ngento ezosinceda kuma community wethu nakuzo zonke indlela zethu singabo baba. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Thank you.
Thank you. The provincial men's sector, I saw them here, the representative. Please, we said everyone can stand here so that we'll move. Because if you call somebody still sitting there, the time is not on our side. So can we respect that one? So provincial men's sector, I see the representative here. If they didn't left, they are not here. 1, 2, out. So, it's here. So, Archeka is coming to give us the message of support. And I see the Father Nation, can you come forward so that we move in time?
Madoda. Madoda. Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to all leaders present, fellow men, and distinguished guests. My name is Atlaga Stone, a member of the Men's Sector Provincial Executive Committee. And it is my honor to deliver this message of support on behalf of the provincial structure to the Johannesburg District Men's Parliament under the inspiring theme, Better Men for Tomorrow. This gathering is not just another meeting, it is a space of reflection, accountability, and renewal. The theme, Betterment for Tomorrow, challenges each of us to look within ourselves and ask, what kind of men are we becoming and what kind of legacy are we leaving behind? As men, our communities look to us for leadership, not through power or control, but through integrity, compassion, and action. The men's sector call on us to be protectors, not perpetrators, to be mentors, not menaces, and to be health champions who lead by example in the fight against HIV, TB, and other social ills. Let this parliament inspire us to rise as responsible fathers, brothers, and partners, men who stand for peace, equality, and community development. Let us recommit ourselves to the cause of building families, communities that thrive because men have taken their rightful place as builders, not breakers. The Provincial Executive Committee fully supports the Johannesburg District in this noble mission. Together, we will continue to drive the mission of the men's sector, men taking responsibility for change, and work tirelessly towards shaping betterment for tomorrow. Thank you, and may this parliament be a turning point for all of us. Banna! Banna!
Thank you very much. Can you...
Matota. I'd like to say thank you to our speaker and our chairperson. My biggest worry, Bobaba, is that in our communities, sorry, before I start, my name is Zizipo from Father a Nation. Just my biggest problem is that in our society at the moment, we have a lot of homes that are led by mothers, or Baba Abeko at the homes. And it makes me ask this question. Is it possible for a woman to teach a young boy how to be a man? Is it possible? Because I think the essence of our problems, especially in our society, especially when it comes to young men in our society, is that we don't have role models. We don't have Abo Baba that are teaching us how to be a man. I'll talk about myself, for example. My father passed away when I was 7 years old. And my mother did a great job. She did a great job. Took me to the best schools. But there's one thing she could never teach me. It's how to be a man. I needed another man to model to me what it is to be a man. Lucky for me, I had an uncle that did that job. But I'm talking about those young men now that don't have that uncle that can fill that gap. We have fathers now today that are very selfish. If I provide for my family, I've done my job. I'm not taking care of the community. There's one proverb that I love very much, and I love speaking about it. It says, for any society to die, it's for good men to be quiet when bad things happen. Evil will prevail if amadoda athulile. If we think South Africa, it will only get worse if us as men are quiet. So we need men to stand up. We need men to father not only their families, because there are men that are not playing their part. We need men that can father the nation. And with those words, I'd like to say thank you very much, Chair. And may this not end here. May we continue. May we come back here religiously until we find solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zizipo. We are moving forward now. I I think today, through your speaker, this is a history where in the council, your council chamber, where you sit with royal families, there is Induna from the hostel, there is Induna from the community leaders, and men coming together in different religions, Vendas, Tsongas, Sutus, Afrikaans, Galat, all we coming together today here with the same purpose. And I will tell you today that if men come together like today, this country will change. And by so doing, I want to say, I just want to call our CSF chairperson, who's co-chairing with the mayor, and I heard that somebody was criticizing. The mayor apologized. He has some commitment today, and he said, accidentally he was here, ukuthi akuvumi ukuthi angadlula amadoda angakhulumanga. So that's why he came here and greet us and move. So he was not on the program. Some they're starting saying, it's a disrespect. He's not here on the program. We just fit him to say, he's the leader of the city of Johannesburg. Let's come and greet this man and grace our occasion. And thank you very much to the mayor on his absence for gracing this occasion. Can we give the hand of applause to the CSF chairperson who co-chair with him?
Press the button. Is there a mic that's on somewhere? Do we have a roving mic, IT?
It's fine, okay. Hey, yeah, sabotage speaker. And mine is the shortest of everything else. Co-chairs of the Men's Parliament, our Honorable Speaker and Comrade Charles Mpepu, the chairperson of the East Council, who's our executive mayor, Mayor Dadam Rero in absentia, distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Men's Parliament and fellow advocates, Rally Dumedisa. Matota! Today, we gather to deepen accountability amongst men and boys, sparking meaningful conversation that drive change. Our theme, deepening accountability amongst men and boys to respond decisively to the socio-economic challenges of Johannesburg, is crucial. As we respond decisively to these challenges that impact our communities, we recognize indeed the progress that have been made, but we also acknowledge the work that still needs to be done. Let's harness this platform to challenge each other, share experiences, and develop concrete solutions. We must work together to address the systemic issues that hinder our progress, such as unemployment, inequality, and lack of access to education and healthcare. I think those are some of the things that have been reiterated. But also from our side as the civil society, we wanted to make some of the call. One is a call to action that we are indeed in the month of October. So in this month, we want to call for October. What we mean by October is that as we strive for a healthier, more responsible society, we want to present to this platform that perhaps as a motion, you need to adopt the October campaign, which is an alcohol-free month. Let us prioritize our health and well-being and show that we care about our role models for our communities and families. By doing so, we can really reduce harm caused by substance abuse, improve our mental health, and become more productive members of the society. Two, it's on partnerships for impact. I think we also want to once more request our esteemed speaker and mayor to assist us in reaching out to Region P. I think the men's sector was clear on the challenges that we are finding in that particular. And so this parliament should be inclusive and cover all the demographics of the city of Johannesburg. I think today we can really acknowledge that we are not. But we also need our regional directors and managers to be brought on board to amplify our efforts. Together we can create the ripple effect that benefits our entire city. By working together, we can identify solutions that work for everyone and create a more just and equitable society. Thirdly, I think the issue of the safe spaces, which are Ndoda Wednesdays, I won't touch on them, but we are just saying, let us go to those Ndoda Wednesdays because those are our safe spaces. Remember, on Ndoda Wednesdays, let us not take videos. Maybe pictures are fine, but videos, because that's the only place where men can actually be vulnerable and share their experiences, share what they're going through and get advices. So we reiterate that during those safe spaces, let us not take videos so that as men are sharing, at least they get to share, then to tomorrow I'll be trending on TikTok and Facebook when I was just trying to find men who can be a shoulder to cry on. 4, I think the issue of addressing the health challenges have been thoroughly captured by Dr. Matome with the stats that were given. 5, the issue of positive masculinity, I will also not touch on it because I think this parliament did justice on what needs to happen. The issue of accountability, that was the 6th thing. The 7th thing is really on data-driven decision-making. I think one of the things that we need to do moving forward is to make sure that we use the current data to inform future decisions and programming to ensure we have programs that are tailored for the needs of our communities. Let us not take something in region E, or region F on the basis of in region E, they've started it. Let us check the data or erring in our respective regions so that our solutions, that we are bringing to this parliament, at least they're catered for that particular region. 7, 8, Speaker, I think one of the things which is also a call is that if you can assist us, civil society, to really open doors to GOD and other committees of the city of Johannesburg. We have noted that some of the inputs that are things that should find themselves being discussed by our councillors. So if you can open doors in that committee at GOD, open doors to make sure that our councillors are brought on par, they are part of these sessions, I think a lot of things can actually be done. Lastly, as I go and sit down, we should definitely make sure that we strengthen this public participation processes. I urge all of us to be part of this great movement. Let us work together to create a better future for ourselves, our families and communities. Let's lead with purpose as our daughter. Let's drive change and build a future, a brighter future for all. We can definitely do this. In conclusion, I just want to emphasize that this was not just a meeting. We have studied last year and restart, or this men's parliament will definitely be addressing issues of men in Johannesburg, and we are serious. I think those that were coming for the first time and thinking maybe we are taking chances, I think Baba now today, even the quality of inputs and the discussions that are happening here, we are serious about building a better Johannesburg. Let us work together to address the socio-economic challenges that face our city and create a better future for all. Let's make Johannesburg a city that is just, equitable and prosperous for all. Thank you. Matota! Matota!
Thank you, Chair of the Civil Society. We would like to move now. The motion, notices of motion, we can't go for it today because you already submitted the motions on the commissions. So the Speaker and I, we were recording and noting everything that we were submitting. We will take that as a motion that was submitted today that need to be taken action of when we come back next Parliament on April. We'll get feedback because we're talking to officials, we're talking to the speakers, the policy makers. Maybe they will tell us what they did when they, from now until April, about those motions that were submitted here. So I'm done with my program. I will just hand over back to Madam Speaker. Over to you.
Okay, I have the honor to be calling Mr. Sibosiso Sitole. I think here's his announcement and way forward, unless, are you fine? Okay. Okay, so the onus lays on me. Okay, no problem. You could speak from your table if you want to. That's how we speak as councillors.
Okay. There's only one, Madam Speaker. Thank you. There's the men's sector summit for men and boys that's happening in November on a day that will be confirmed. That's the only announcements. And for us, we'll be back here to report back in April. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe it's my cue, unless the lady that walked up is saying it's not my cue. Oh, okay. No, item 14 will be addressed after we are done. Colleagues, to the chiefs and all royalty in absence, to the executive mayor that visited us in absentia, to all you distinguished gentlemen that are here today, no one is higher than the other one. To all the speakers, I want to start off by saying, as we draw this important session of 2025 Joburg Men's Parliament to a close, allow me, just hold on. Allow me to express my deep gratitude to every participant, to every speaker and every stakeholder who has taken the time to contribute to today's powerful and necessary conversation. This Parliament was never about speeches or statistics alone. It was about confronting the real and pressing issues that affect our fathers, our sons, our brothers, and our communities. It was about making space for honest dialogue, and even more important, for change. I want to say that I'm one person that believes when you do something, you must not only do it on paper, but you must practice it outside. Because that's where government fails. We have the most beautiful constitution. We have the most beautiful laws. We have everything at our hands, but we still do the wrong things. And if we can master that and go outside and do the right things, we'd be able to be the change. We have spoken today about the role of men in ending gender-based violence, the importance of mental health and the emotional support, the responsibility of fathers in family structures, and the need to challenge harmful stereotypes of masculinity. These are not just men's issues, they are societal issues. If we cover it up in societies, it will never find any expression. And they demand that we work together across gender, across generations, and across sectors. What we admitted here today is that whatever has happened in the family will carry on throughout our generations. Today we affirm that men can be part of the solution, that vulnerability is not a weakness, it's only human, that accountability is strength, and that healing and justice and dignity must be accessible to all, regardless of your gender. As we leave this chamber, I urge one and all of you to take this conversation beyond these walls. Let it reach our homes, our schools, our churches, and our workplaces, and even to reach our streets. Let us not only talk about transformation, let us live it, let us teach it, and let us lead it. The city of Johannesburg stands ready to walk this path. It's a commitment with you to partner with civil society, traditional leaders, faith-based organizations, youth groups, and men's forums to build a city where every citizen can live free of violence, discrimination, and despair. Let us ensure that this is not an annual event with monetary impact, but a movement with lasting change. I want to thank you all for your passion, your commitment, and your courage. Together we can shape a more just and more compassionate Soweto, Sandton, Eldos, Orange Farm, Deep Sloot, which is the city of Johannesburg, which will also go further to a province that is safe, to a South Africa that is safe, to an Africa that is safe, and it would go over to giving us a safer world. I want to say that the commitment to get you into GOD will be there. We also want you to invite the Speaker's office to every event that you have in every region, in every ward. We would attend where we can. I love attending events where it makes a difference. We want to also see that you create safe spaces for those men that are mentally and physically abused. We want us to teach women how to deal with men. But I want to differ with the gentleman that says a mother alone cannot bring up a real man. I have 2 sons. I've been a single mother. I've been a single grandmother. I am a single great-grandmother. And I've grown them up, and they are respectful, and they are men. So we can also do that. But I also agree, society needs fathers that are there. Fathers that are able to grow up their sons to be sons and men. I thank you. We are now dismissed. Lunch will be served outside. Am I right, Chair? Yes. Lunch will be served outside. I'm sure you are hungry. I don't want to stand between you and lunch. I thank you all.
Oh, my police.